for that forecast area. So we collaborate with them, and then we forecast the areas that are in these counties that are not inside the Portland metro area, or I shouldn't call it the Portland metro area, but the metro UGB. So here's more information about that program, how it's run. Doesn't include the methodology, but it does include kind of the breakdown of the regions. If you're interested in getting more information about that, some of you may already be on the mailing list, but you can join the list right here. We will be sending out surveys to each of the parties on the email list, asking them for information on what they've observed in their areas in terms of trends from COVID, work from home, transportation, utilities use, other things like that help us. For example, we have a jurisdiction that had a building moratorium for a while because insufficient water delivery. And so that's going to be ending, and that's going to be really important because we'll probably see an uptick in building activity. We want to make sure that that's incorporated into our forecast assumptions. So you can find past forecasts for regions that we don't have online right now. The most recent forecast, we've only been doing a coordinated forecast for all parts of Oregon since 2014. Before that, there was no central party doing forecasts. Counties did their own. PRC sometimes did them by the request of the legislature or something like that as a one-off. I think I've seen a forecast we did actually in like 1970 that happened to be spot on for 2000. So that was great to see. Hopefully we're doing that well again. So you can find the individual county reports for the current area that we're forecasting. That's on our main population forecast page. So these are the most recent ones. And the only thing I'll point out are a couple things down here where it says other documents. So here you can find where we combine information from all of our most recent forecasts. And so I'll show you briefly what that looks like, because this is a file that I think a lot of folks request, or we kind of point them to in the website when they're working with more than one area. And what you can see here is that it includes a field which says year of last update. So this is the region that we just published. And then as you go back in time, we have older forecasts going back here, and then they're periodically updated. So the next block of counties, here is going to be updated, and it'll say 2023, and we'll replace that information with the most recent information. So some other things. The other area of activity, which all you are part of, is our state data center. I think it's the nexus of the most interesting data projects that PRC does. If you have, some of you are not already on our affiliates list, I encourage you to contact us and become an affiliate. You'll be on a mailing list for census data releases and events like this. You can find also on our website a number of other information about our recent events. I think we have our recorded talks from our first online conference in 2020. And what's useful is that, we don't get speakers from the Census Bureau on every subject every year. So we try to rotate it and have different talks each year about different things that Census Bureau is doing. So for example, we had one here on a microdata access tool. We had another one on differential privacy, what's happening to the 2020 census, a lot of different information from the past talk, and they're recorded here. And for 2021, you'll find that that's actually still on our current STC events list. So above our 2022 announcement, a little further down below, you'll see the recordings from the 2020 event. So there's a lot of great information out there. I'll walk through some of the things that the data center itself publishes. One important one is census data. We package it in certain ways that are not available elsewhere. So I think this is a really great site to visit, Census Data for Oregon. Kind of the mother lode has a lot of our activities here. And I'll highlight a couple things. There's a lot of ways to get census data, but there's a couple things that we do that are not available elsewhere or weren't until recently. And one is that you can just download merged data sets that have all of the currently available data from the 2020 census on race, ethnicity, on age 18 plus, housing units. And we've done a couple custom tabulations too of different ways to tabulate race and ethnicity alone or in combination to make the data more useful. And we've done that for zip codes, all the way down to census blocks, and for school districts, for other geographies where it may not be easy to access data. We've also done profiles for folks who don't want to get into the weeds on the data, publish information about each of these areas. I'll highlight these things here too. So this middle map here is a map that we produced to aid with redistricting. And what it is it's a map of population clusters, and it identifies population by race and ethnicity using different colors against a dark background. And you'll see also on here the redistricting data layers that were used when the legislature was discussing different proposals. So we used that to identify whether or not there were lines being drawn in ways that were dividing groups that were similar on the basis of race ethnicity. At the time, that's the only information we had to evaluate a similarity. We have a lot more information from the American Community Survey on socioeconomic differences, language differences, but this is the only data that's available at the block level. The other thing we have here posted is a map of census blocks in Oregon superimposed with imagery from the time of the 2020 census. And the reason we have this posted is that there's a number of jurisdictions where there's questions about the quality of the count from 2020 census. We have a COVID epidemic, we had our pandemic, we had a number of operational differences in the way that Census Bureau ran the 2020 census. And so a couple of times we had cities came to us and said that they thought that their counts did not look right for the census. And this is a tool we put together to help explore that. It superimposes imagery from around the time of the census with building footprints that were identified from a machine learning algorithm applied to imagery, for which we don't take credit. That was done mostly by Microsoft and then by a state agency called Dogami, which kind of cleaned up those building footprints a bit. And then what we've done is superimposed the census block boundaries and the counts from the census of how many housing units and population and population and group quarters were counted there in the census, so that if there are big disparities between what you can see visually and what the census reported, that cities can help use that to build a case for doing a challenge to the census. And so I encourage folks to reach out to PRC if that's something. There's a couple of people we've emailed letting them know that we've seen some erratic results. We have a prison near Sheridan, for example, that was the population is actually not in the block where it ought to have been counted. And I'll call them out. We have some other folks too that we're working with, maybe where a dormitory population wasn't counted correctly. And so we actually have a window between now and next June to challenge census results. There are a couple other things too that we do. We have worked on, so we have these profiles here, and I'll highlight another project that we've been working on. There's a couple of things sometimes that don't necessarily fit into our regular scope of activities that SDC does, but I wanted to make you aware of them also. One is a project that we've been doing with the city of Portland to develop neighborhood profiles. So we've packaged data from the 2020 census and from the American Community Survey and from a variety of other data sources, which are available at the tract level, and adapted them so that we can collect data for Portland neighborhood associations. And I'll show you kind of how that looks. Could be done, the approach we took could be done for any area that is a similar size to a census tract. That was kind of a saving grace here, that the neighborhoods are large enough that they do have a critical mass of population. So we could use some spatial downscaling techniques to kind of recast the tract data into neighborhoods. And so if you explore it, we select one neighborhood and we can see the profile that we published. There's still something that we're revising over the next year. Oh, they should be public. That's unfortunate. Maybe I can find the PDF instead. We have a flat file with the data set here, and then an example of what the profiles look like. I'll show you. So for each area, we did a kind of a one-sheet summary of where the neighborhood is, and what the different data indicate. And so the Office of Civic and Community Life of the City of Portland is really interested in using these to prioritize investments in neighborhoods, and to help neighborhood associations better understand what their population is. A lot of times they have just a dearth of information about even how many people are living in each neighborhood, much less their characteristics. So we have a mixture here of data from the 2020 census, some change from the last census, and then we have a bunch of socioeconomic data as well as other data that Civic Life wants to use to assess some gaps or needs, to where do we need to register more voters? Where do we have indications, maybe of more services being needed for providing for people with disabilities, maybe locate a new aging center in the neighborhood. So that's kind of a neat project. Another thing that's I'll mention here, it's under past news, which is maybe not the easiest place to find it, was that we had done something in the lead up to redistricting from the 2020 census, which was to produce a synthetic population data set at the level of census blocks without any reference to 2020 census data. And so we used housing information, we used 2010 census information, and we provided this for the Oregon Secretary of State. For those of you who were around in 2020 and remember this, it was in the news quite a bit that, because of the delays of the census, there was a concern that Oregon would not be able to follow the state constitution, which requires that congressional districts and the Oregon legislature be rebalanced, a year from the census. So, Secretary of State reached out and said, well, if we don't get the data, what could we do if we don't get an extension from the Oregon Supreme Court? So we prepared this kind of as a contingency plan for them. We've since done it for the state of California too, to inform kind of a census quality evaluation there. And it's kind of a neat project and an example of some things that we can do as one-offs, leveraging the demographic data and other expertise. You can see a little bit about that too here. I think if you, somewhere we have see on our main page, we have a button, I think, that also mentions research area. So this button here, it's an area of the website we want to work on, but it does highlight some of the activities we do, such as school enrollment analysis. Doesn't mention it, but another thing that we have been doing is redistricting for school districts, education service districts for their boards. We've worked with counties to redistrict county commissioner districts, and with cities for city wards. So with the next 15 minutes we have before I hand off and we start the information session, I want to just also mention a couple programs that are relevant for the people who are participating in this workshop today, that are programs that are run by the US Census Bureau. I'll just mention them because I don't think there's a lot we can do to explore the programs in the time we have, but one of the things we noticed in looking at 2020 census geography files is that a lot of the boundaries for cities don't exactly align with the city boundaries that we received when we were working with cities. So there's a program called the Boundary and Annexation Survey that is intended to make sure that all of the geographic information about city boundaries makes its way to the Census Bureau. I think it covers more than just city limits, but that's what we want to focus on. So I think if you represent a city and you're kind of curious to know if your city's maps need updating, I would encourage you to take a look at a couple different resources. One thing you can check out would be US Census Bureau reference maps. Those would be for paper maps. And another would be the Tiger Web application. So we'll look up the reference maps for a second just to show you what those look like. how quickly I can find them. So they're called reference maps because they actually don't plot any data, they just plot boundaries. And you'll find them identified that way, and you'll find them actually even labeled as 2022 BAS maps. And if you explore here, you can look up, let's look at cities in Oregon. And you could find your city here. And you can open a PDF, which will show you the map. And then you can have a boundary here. And I think it's worthwhile for those who haven't done it in a while to just take a look at these maps and see if they comport to what you know about your area based on where there have been annexations. I don't know offhand whether this matches with the Adair Village map that we have ourselves and that the city has, but I have noticed in some cases where the boundaries don't align. And that's a problem because it means that when we look up census data about a city, we're getting the wrong population count. We can be getting the wrong population characteristics. Cities maybe don't get a lot of direct federal funding, but it does affect federal funding formulas, the population in some of these areas, especially in larger cities where they maybe do have some pass-through funds that come through the state from the federal government. The other thing that I'll mention is that the Census Bureau runs a program called the Building Permits Survey. I often refer inquiries that come to us about what's been going on in housing construction. We publish housing unit counts, I think a part of our annual population tables, or if we don't, that's on our roadmap to start doing. But the Building Permits Survey is a program that the Census Bureau publishes so it used to be just a sample of areas that were surveyed, asked how many housing units they authorized. But since 2021, there's now it's gone from a random sample to a threshold cutoff. And actually, I think all jurisdictions, I forget what the actual cutoff is, but all jurisdictions are asked to provide their building permits activity. And that's very useful and helpful source of information. The latest release was in May of this year, which covered building permits authorized during the 2021 calendar year. All right, some other things that are coming up in terms of timing are we're still expecting some new data releases from the 2020 census. I mentioned that we had only really population totals essentially, and that's the only thing we received so far at the block level. We do expect more to be coming soon. So census date was April 1st, 2020. Then April 2021, we got the state population total for apportionment. In August 2021, we got the redistricting data file. The next products that we're expecting are something called the demographic and housing characteristics file in May 2023. It's a long time to wait, but it's a really important product because it includes all of the detailed tables that we need from the Census Bureau to do both our work and then for a lot of small area work, small area forecasting, population profiles, data by age, most every table. It's the equivalent of what used to be called the summary file one from the 2010 census for those of you who've used those data before. Later in 2023, in August, will be something called the detailed demographic and housing characteristics file. And that's the equivalent of what used to be called SF2. It is got a lot of detail on individual breakdowns of American Indian tribes, for example, data that is for smaller populations or more detailed populations than what was in the overall demographic and housing characteristics file. And I mentioned two programs that are going on right now related to the 2020 census that are related to filing challenges. One of which is the count question resolution. That's what we think. It's a census challenge program. It opened January in 2022, and it will run through June 30, 2023. And that's our window for filing a challenge to the Census Bureau where there were specific kinds of errors that we can show were made in the enumeration of the census. I can share more information for anyone who's interested, but I think that the very short summary of that is that it really relates to housing unit counts, not to population counts. So there's no way to challenge how many people were counted in a particular housing unit, but only how many housing units were counted or where they were counted. If they were counted in an incorrect place and they really, should have been counted across the street, for example, inside of a city limit. And then the other program that's going on at the same time is called a group quarters review. So this is one where, because of COVID, we had a lot of shutdown of student housing. We had people sent out of prisons and jails. And it all kind of happened in a hurry. And the Census Bureau wasn't always able to get accurate data about who was where, when, at the time of the April 1st, 2020. So now that the dust has settled a little bit, and there's an opportunity to provide data where it looks like the Census Bureau had made a mistake. So another thing that people may not be aware of is that we actually have competitors for doing our population estimates for Oregon, and that is the U.S. Census Bureau has a team of demographers too. They don't produce all the same data we do, but they produce some of it, and they produce a state population and components of change. That's births, deaths, and migrations, and those will be coming out in 2022, December 2022. For the current year or for the previous year. Then they also release county population and births and deaths and migration in March of next year. I'll take you to the web page. So this is a good website to know about because we like to put our numbers up against theirs. If you search for the Census Bureau's population and housing unit estimates, you can find it. They also have a long time series. We kind of like to see when the census comes around, who was more accurate and kind of where were the errors, which cities did we get better, which cities did we get wrong, and we learn from that. We also, communicate with them regularly about, methodological updates that they have. We share data with them that we get on housing units and population change. And so we end up, usually being in the same ballpark, but where we differ, it's really important and really valuable to understand where and why. And then also sometimes you can get characteristics when people need characteristics about population that we don't produce. Sometimes they can be produced, gathered from the population estimates program. Not to mention if we're talking about comparing Oregon with other places or doing nationwide studies. So you might wonder, how does this differ from the ACS? That's where I go for getting population counts and characteristics. And the answer is there's kind of an interwoven relationship between the population estimates program and then surveys that the Census Bureau runs, like the American Community Survey. And the relationship is that the ACS collects data in the field about population characteristics. When it comes to the count of population by age and sex, by race and ethnicity, the actual counts come from this team, the population estimates team, the demographers at the Census Bureau. So you may, if you've used ACS, well, we'll get into it today, you'll see that there are population weights and housing unit weights that you have to apply in order to do analysis on the American Community Survey. And those are in order to get the ACS survey results to match with what the Census Bureau demographers say about the size and composition of the population. It's just much more limited what the demographers can get into compared to what a survey can address. So while we're on the subject of the ACS, let's look at that release schedule there. Okay, so the data we're going to start seeing comes from the data that was collected during the calendar year 2021. We've already had the first big release in September. The way had a one-year data release. You can get that already now in a number of different formats from the Census Bureau's website. As you'll hear today later, IPUNS does additional processing on the ACS data to make it more valuable, more useful, more accessible, and integrated over time and space. And so there's a bit of a delay there. But what's important about the 2021 ACS is that it's the first ACS that's called post-pandemic. So if you're looking for ACS data, you're going to see data that goes from 2005 or 6, depending on what subject you're looking at, up until 2019. There's a gap. There was not data published in 2020 because the surveys that went out in 2020 were just kind of routed all over the place. People didn't respond to that. They had other things on their mind. And so the data that were published from 2020, you'll find are labeled as an experimental product. And folks are directed not to use that in the same way that they would a usual ACS release. And so this is the first time that we're actually getting a real update that we can compare with 2019 and kind of look at a before and after pandemic. But I think the one thing that's also important to mention is that the way that the ACS asks questions is that a lot of the questions ask about what happened over the past 12 months. So 2021 surveys will refer to what was actually going on in 2020. The issue was we couldn't collect data in 2020 about what had been going on in 2019. So this is a really neat thing that we'll be following. Later this month, we'll be getting a microdata file. And these are different in that the one-year data release with profiles and tables are all pre-packaged tables. So you'll get a table, something like age group in rows and whether or not somebody moved in a column. So you can't really do anything with that. You can use it as it is. But the microdata give you a huge amount of flexibility because you're actually getting there a sample of all of the individual survey returns. So one row would be one survey that was returned by somebody or one person, and it would have all their characteristics, and you can kind of tabulate them in ways that people haven't thought of before. So that's a really valuable product that you'll get a chance to get your experience with today analyzing. So I mentioned different ways to access them, and you'll here, if you were to click one of these releases, you'll get a link to the Census Bureau's own data query engine, data.census.gov. I expect a lot of you have been here before. It's an extremely powerful way to collect data from the census. A lot of different products, not just the ACS, but the decennial census, the population estimates that I referenced before, as well as other surveys. I mean, the Census Bureau runs dozens of different survey programs. I don't think the building permit survey is in here actually, but a lot of other ones are. But there are other ways to get at it too. So we have a link on the website to a talk that was given last year about a web page called MDAT, which is a way that you can extract a sample of the microdata and do a tabulation on it kind of without doing programming. If you're interested in this, I encourage you to take a look at our website. Under our past events, we had a session with a speaker from the Census Bureau about this tool. There are a number of other ones you may have seen. A site that we refer people to pretty often is one called Census Reporter. And this is a fantastic site for just kind of finding out what's out there in the most recent American Community Survey. You can kind of browse for a subject that you're interested in. Let's say we're interested in some education statistics, and you'll get all the information you need right here to get some context to the data. So you'll get a copy of what the ACS survey actually looks like. You'll get kind of a summary of any kind of important distinctions in the data. Here they're just highlighting the difference between school enrollment and educational attainment. And then you've got a list of tables that kind of fall within each of these subjects. And then also really importantly, you'll be able to click a table and see a table shell, kind of the questions, the actual fields that'll be in there. And then we can type in a place. So if we wanted to get data for the state of Oregon. We can just type in Oregon, and we have here, an ACS data set. Limitations are that this only covers the most recent release. So sometimes you can take these table numbers and find historic data from another source. It's great for just kind of detective work. What's the table number that contains the data that I need for my research project? And you can also download the data in GIS format or in flat files. And you can, we just looked at a state map, so it's not going to be very interesting. It's just one statistic for the state, but you can get maps as well. So it's great for some exploratory work. Another thing that I'll just point out, I think the last one will be that the Missouri, so almost every state in the US has a census data center. It's a nationwide program that was started in the 70s. And every state kind of has a unique twist on what they provide. There's a number of states that are really well known for producing excellent tools that help people analyze census data. And I'm just going to show one of those, which is another way to kind of get a quick summary of ACS data. So the Census Bureau publishes these aggregated things called data profiles. You'll get a demographic profile, social profile, housing profile, economic profile. And the nice thing about this website is you can kind of get all those things into one in one place. Let's pick a 1 year period. Notice again, 2020 is missing. Now you know why. You can pick a county that we're interested in. Starts with Missouri. Well, it's fair, it's their tool. We'll pick one county here, and then we'll see, let's get all 4 of these characteristics reports all at once. And this is just a great way to collect statistics if you're interested in finding out about a place. You can download the table and get all these data compiled at once. This is the same stuff that you would find on the Census Bureau's website, but I think it's really useful to have it all in one place. And then it comes with this field, which is an indication of the reliability of the statistics. And you can read a little bit here more to find out about it. But today you're here to hear about what I think is actually the best resource for collecting census data. And I'm really thrilled to have a speaker from the University of Minnesota here to walk you through all the different things that they provide. So the session today will be recorded. We will start it at 10 o'clock and continue until have a real lunch break at about 12:45. We'll have a short coffee break at about 10:30, and I will watch the chat and kind of be here for anyone who has technical issues, because as I hope all of you know, you will need to have Stata installed and ready to go by the time we start the deep dive in order to participate in the workshop. So for anyone who's having trouble with that, let me know in the chat. I will monitor that during our coffee break at 10:30. And yeah, in general, I'll try and monitor the Zoom chat and be an interlocutor for, an avatar to speak for you with our speaker, Megan. But if I'll need to see folks in the chat. I'll see how I can get this, working out. So in the meantime, let me introduce Megan. If you can come up, let me stop my screen sharing. Let's see. All right, so Megan is a senior data analyst and project manager at IPUMS. IPUMS is for those of you who don't know, is a research center at the Institute for Social Research and Data Innovation at the University of Minnesota. Megan is trained in psychology and human development, and she got her degree at the UT Austin, also a great center for demographic training. She's a manager for IPUMS USA, which is a project that's focused on integrating and harmonizing the decennial census, the American Community Survey, and a number of other projects. So I'll turn it over to you. You have a way to get the video transferred.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right, well, hello everyone. Let me first get connected to the internet. That is kind of imperative to our time together. And then once we're connected, we can get started. Ethan, do you know how I share my laptop screen with our Zoom folks?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that's yours, and then Megan.
I think we want to share this one.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Great. Awesome. Okay. So, the first thing I'm going to have you all do, I can put this into slideshow format, is I'm going to have you scan this QR code. Let me know if you're having troubles. I did go all the way to the back and test it. So I don't want to hear it from the back row that you can't scan it because I tested it myself. This is going to bring you to a Google Drive folder with all of the materials for today's workshop. If you want to just watch up here or watch on the screen as I progress through my slides, you're totally welcome to. If you're someone that likes to see the slides on your screen, I've shared all of my slides with you in PDF format here. This Google Drive also contains the workshop materials, both the original worksheet and then the answer key. And so I'll talk more about that when we get to that section, but I want to give you access to that. Has everyone gotten access who wants access? Okay, awesome. I'm gonna.
How do you scan it?
Yeah, without an iPhone.
Oh, is it? You just mean on your iPhone?
Yeah, yep. So open up your camera and then you can just like, yeah. All right. Awesome. And let me, can I see the chat, Ethan, or do you have the chat? I just want to make sure everyone's doing okay.
Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to try to open the computer that I see on the chat. There is a way to view it, I think, here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, awesome. And someone shared it.
I see that already. Thank
you, Nikki. Awesome.
And Meenakshi, I will send you an email with some information and see if we can help you with this data.
Okay, great. I will pull that up again in a bit when we get to the actual workshop. All right. So let me get to the start here. All right, can someone on chat let me know if you can see the presentation, Introduction to IPUMS? Awesome, thank you all. You are all awesome. This is already going so well. All right, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here today to talk to you about IPUMS. I'm going to be giving you a really quick introduction to IPUMS, and then I'm going to be doing a deeper dive into two of our major data collections that cover our ACS and decennial census data, IPUMS USA and IPUMS NHGIS. Before I start, Ethan mentioned this, but I wanted to share a little bit of my background and my expertise as we progress forward. So I've worked at IPUMS for the past 2.5 years. Prior to that, I used the IPUMS data in my graduate program. So I've been using the data for some time. For 2 of those years at IPUMS, I have been the IPUMS USA project manager. So IPUMS USA covers decennial census and ACS microdata. So that's really where my expertise lies. But all of our data collections use the same infrastructure and methodology. And so that means I'm also familiar with a lot of our other data collections. I'm less familiar with geography and spatial data. And so I don't say that to discourage you from asking me questions. I just say that to let you know, I might write down your questions and follow up with my colleagues so that you get the most detailed and accurate information to your answer. I'll probably send those answers to Ethan so he can distribute them to everyone, so everyone's benefiting from those responses. All right. And with that, I am going to move forward. So our agenda for today is an intro to IPUMS, a deep dive into USA, followed by a hands-on exercise, lunch, which I didn't put in here, but that's very important. And then a deep dive into NHGIS and a hands-on exercise. So what is IPUMS? IPUMS is primarily a data provider of US and international censuses and major surveys. Our primary goal is to integrate these data across both time and space. And the best part, all of our resources and data are free to everyone to use. So where did we get our start? IPUMS was first created in 1991. This is our original logo. Steve Ruggles, our current director, was an associate professor in the history department. And he noticed some challenges of working with the US Census data. So he wrote a proposal to integrate 9 of the decennial US Census data files, spanning from 1880 to 1990. And the rationale for writing this proposal stemmed from a number of issues that researchers were facing in the field when trying to analyze these data over time. So these issues included incompatible documentation, a variety of record layouts, and different coding schemes. And so these were inhibiting the use of these files as a time series set. And so his proposal addressed these issues through 3 goals: harmonized codes, a consistent record layout, and integrated documentation. And the most important piece was that there would be no loss of information in the process. And so, spoiler, he got the grant. And this is where we are today. So this is now our main IPUMS webpage. We have grown from 1 grant proposal in the lab in the history department to 9 major data collections housed within the IPUMS Research Center. And each of our 9 data collections here I'm referencing like as these boxes. Each of these are a data collection. Each of these collections has multiple major censuses or surveys. So for example, our global health data collection has 2 major surveys about global health data. And so when I typically start working with our IPUMS users, I like to ask them, what do you study? Right? I think someone walked into this room and I instantly was like, what do you study? What are you interested in? Right? Because we have a lot of data. And so my goal is to help you kind of narrow in on which data collections or which surveys are going to be most beneficial to you. And so you really have to think about what matters to me and what am I okay to let go of, or what isn't as important to me and what I'm trying to figure out. Our data vary on 5 major characteristics. So geography, what level of geographic detail is available? Time span, what time span is available? Like when did this survey start getting fielded? And then how frequently is this survey fielded, right? If you're interested in monthly changes, the ACS just isn't gonna do it for you. But if you're okay with annual changes, right, then the ACS might be a better source. Target population, who is fielded the survey, right? Who's asked the questions? What's the data structure or design? Is it cross-sectional? Is it longitudinal or panel? Is it microdata? Is it summary data? And does that matter to you? And then what topics are you interested in? Right? If you're interested in health insurance coverage, then you have to pick a survey that's got those variables available. So this is a nice grid that I like to reference that kind of covers all of those different data characteristics at one time and how each of our data collections kind of line up on those characteristics. And so you can see at the top third of the page, we've got different features, microdata, the alternative being summary data for us, doesn't include international data. What's the earliest year of data collection? Right, we've got data spanning all the way back to the 1700s for those historians out there. What level of geographic detail is available, and does it include households and families? And then in the bottom 2/3, we've got our topical coverage. So which data collections cover which topics. So I'm going to start by talking about what microdata is. Ethan set me up really well for this by giving a little intro of what microdata is by talking about the ACS. And then I'm going to talk about all the data collections that contain microdata. And then I'm going to talk about what summary data is and the data collections that have summary data. And then we'll conclude. So microdata looks like this. And each row is representative of one individual person level record. And each column is representative of a specific variable. So here we can see that these boxes are outlining columns that represent different variables like relationship to head, marital status, education, and occupation. Now, persons are typically nested underneath larger units. Most commonly at IPUMS is households. So you've got a household record followed by multiple person records. And so these black boxes are kind of representing the different housing units in the data and the number of person records in each of those housing units. So moving to our microdata data collections. Starting with USA, this is going to be a little bit of a teaser for later. So IPUMS USA contains US decennial censuses from 1790 through 2010, and the American Community Survey from 2000 to present. We also have historical full count data. Those are 100% count files, meaning it's the entire population for those years from 1850 through 1940. If you notice, 1950 was publicly made available on April 1st, 2022. So we are in the process of digitizing and putting up that file as well to be added onto our full count suite. We also have IPUMS MLP, which has linked individuals' records for the full count years, making longitudinal research possible for this series. And then we have restricted long form data. These are harmonized census data for 1960 through 2000, available through the Federal Statistical Research Data Centers. Next is IPUMS International. They publish contemporary censuses, labor force surveys, and historical full count data from countries around the world, spanning back to the 1700s up through present day. They currently have 474 censuses from 102 countries, and they are growing. They update their data annually, so check back for updates on which countries and time periods they have added. They will also publish fertility, migration, and mortality schedules if that was provided by the country that fielded that census. IPUMS CPS is the current population survey. So they have the annual social and economic supplement, which is the ASEC, that is available from 1962 to present. They also put out the basic monthly survey data from 1976 to present. I believe they're coming out with the next month next week. So keep an eye out for that. They also have supplemental topics, including education, fertility, food security, tobacco use, voting, and much more. And then households in the CPS participate in the CPS data collection up to 8 times. And so IPUM CPS has created linking keys to facilitate the analysis of CPS data as a panel. So you can look at households over those 8 time points to follow them and study changes. IPUM's time use is time diary data, which is a 24-hour snapshot of daily activities. There are 3 major surveys on the time use project. American Time Use Survey starts in 2003. That is a survey that I used for my master's thesis. American Heritage Time Use Study, that started in 1930. And then the Multinational Time Use Study, that is includes 12 countries currently, dating back to 1965. IPUM's health surveys has 2 major surveys. The NHIS, which is the National Health Interviews Survey, starting in 1963, and MEPS, which is the Medical Expenditure Panel Survey, starting in 1996. Topics on health surveys include general health status, illness, functional limitations, access to and use of medical services, insurance coverage, and health behaviors. If you are interested in studying health, these are really rich data sets for that. And then IPUM's Global Health also has 2 major surveys. IPUM's DHS, which is the Demographic and Health Surveys. This is survey data of women, their young children, and their births, men and members of randomly selected households from 1980 to present. DHS currently has 170 samples from 41 countries in Africa and Asia. IPUM's PMA is the Performance Monitoring for Action study. This is high frequency survey data monitoring family planning and sanitation indicators starting back in 2013, also fielded in high fertility countries in Africa and Asia. And our last microdata data collection is IPUM's Higher Ed. This is made up of surveys about the US STEM labor force, drawn mostly from 3 major surveys: the National Survey of College Graduates, the National Survey of Doctorate Recipients, and the National Survey of Recent College Graduates, dating back to 1993. This survey is made up of recipients of science and engineering degrees and people working in STEM occupations. So moving on to summary data. Summary data is when rows represent one category or represent the categories of one variable, and columns represent the categories of a different variable. Most typically in IPUM's data, rows are going to represent different geographic levels, and columns are going to represent different categories of a characteristic that's being estimated at the summary level. And so this image is showing tract level data. And so each row is representative of a different tract. And it's providing estimates on this variable BZ8001. Full transparency, I don't know what that variable is, but this table is providing estimates of that at the tract level. So this is an example of summary data. We've got 2 projects at IPUM's that contain summary data. The first is IPUM's NHGIS, that stands for the National Historical Geographic Information System. They provide GIS compatible boundary files and aggregate census data for the United States from 1790 to present. Features on this project include time series tables, geographically standardized tables, and complete US coverage. We're going to talk a lot more about that later this afternoon. And their counterpart is IPUM's IHGIS, the International Historical Geographic Information System. They provide data tables from population, housing, and agricultural censuses from around the world with GIS boundary files. So NHGIS is focused on the US, IHGIS is focused on international. They currently have 1,300 tables from more than 20 countries. So in summary, IPUMS is a data provider of census and survey micro and summary data from around the world. We have 9 major data collections, each of which contain multiple major censuses and surveys. Our data vary on 5 major characteristics: geography, time span, target population, data structure, and topical coverage. And so you really have to ask yourself, what matters to me in my work? And based on that, then we can kind of narrow in on the data collection or survey that's going to benefit you the most. And data documentation and user support services are all free of charge. Okay, I think that is the fastest I've ever talked about IPUMS. And so I want to point out where you can learn more because I really just am scratching the surface here. So if you visit our main page, ipums.org, you'll see there's going to be a menu bar in the top center. So if you go ahead and click on support, that's going to direct you to a lot of different links with more information about our different products and how to interact with our data. Starting with our user forum. So this is where people post questions about the data. You can go there if you have a specific question. It also might be helpful to just read through the questions that other folks are posting to give you a sense of how people are interacting with the data and the types of answers that they're getting. We also have tutorials. We have like basic tutorials about how to interact with IPUMS in general, but we also have posted all of our pre-recorded webinars. So I would say almost every survey has an introductory webinar that you can watch to learn more information about those data. We have data training exercises. So these are going to be exercises similar to the ones that we're going to work through today for each data collection in multiple stats packages. So you can work in the stats package you're most comfortable in. And then you can also email us directly at ipums@umn.edu. That goes to our user support team. They are fantastic and they will get to your question very promptly. And then we have a blog. So if you want to read more about what we're up to and some more in-depth work on the certain features that we're developing, the blog is a great place to learn more about that. All right, my goal is to leave 10 minutes for questions and I made it. Does anyone have any questions either online or here in person? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know about the linked CPS data.
Yeah.
How often is there like a period, in between interviews? Like, does it have to be like the ACS? They can't interview the same household more than once every 5 years. Is there something like that for linked CPS, or is it like boom, 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 one after another?
That is a really good question, and I know I'm not going to get the details exactly right, but I think there's like eight iterations of the same panel, and so they're fielded 8 times in a row. Okay. I think it's over about a year. I think is about the time span. There's this really cool feature on the IPUMS CPS website that actually shows you graphically. It's like an interactive feature that you can work with that'll show you the 8 panels how they line up monthly. So you can kind of see like which months a certain panel was fielded. Okay. It'll also show you, so a lot of times people want to use like ASEC data and then they also want to use some of the supplemental topic data. And so that feature is going to show you if that's possible, because sometimes like, let's say like a voting supplemental topic is fielded in October and the ASEC is fielded in March, sometimes those aren't going to line up for the certain panel that you're looking at. And so that helps you kind of sort through like which data you want to look at it and if it's going to cover the topics that you're interested in. Yeah, absolutely. Other questions? Let's check that.
Do we do up the health-based databases? Do they collect any information on mental health and services?
That's a good question. I want to say that they do, especially health surveys. But I also want to clarify that we do not collect data ourselves. We are primarily focused on like post-collection processing and putting up on our website. And so, yeah, I just want to clarify, you're probably like, I know, but I wanted to clarify that since you brought that up, that we don't personally collect any information. But I want to say that they do.
Describe the difference between, or like what the full count data is and how that's put together, and what the difference between that and the census data is. I don't know anything about full count data.
Yeah, so the question is, and I should have repeated the other two questions for online folks, my apologies. So the question is, what's the difference between full count data and census data? The answer is nothing. The full count data is the census data, is the decennial census data. But I can describe a bit more about how that's created. So prior to, I think starting in 1960 or 1970, the Census Bureau transitioned to microfilm reels to store the data. But prior to that, it was written down on paper. And so what we do once the Census Bureau publicly releases the data is we send that to Ancestry, who we have an agreement with, and they work to transcribe and digitize the decennial censuses. We've done now from 1850 through 1940. So they digitize the data and they send back to us. And then we go through and clean it and fill in missing values. If you dig into the USA data a bit more, you might see some illegible codes. So that's cases where like, we just could not make it out. And so we do a lot of processing and cleaning, and then we integrate into the database so that those variables are consistent with the more recent censuses and ACS surveys. But by full count, I mean 100% of the population is included in that file. You can get the 100% of people through our website with names and other identifiable information taken out. That is due to our agreement with Ancestry.com. So we've taken out the names and like birthplace strings and things like that. If you're interested in having the names, you can apply for a restricted access license, and we'll give you a 20% sample of those full counts. And we are in the process of doing this for 1950. So it was released on April 1st. So Ancestry is now starting their transcription work. We've got a 5-year grant just for this one sample. So there is a lot of work that goes into transcribing, digitizing, and processing these files. But it's really cool if you know anyone that was alive in 1940 or 1930 or even earlier, you can actually go back and find them in the data. So pretty cool. Any other questions before we take a short coffee break. Any question? I don't see any questions online over here.
I don't see anything in chat.
Okay.
And I see some folks who are having technical issues with Stata. I'm looking into that. I think one thing I've discovered is that anyone who does have a PSU affiliation, an Odin or email, I can get you access to the virtual PC lab, which you can access through your browser if you're not able to install Stata, but for other folks, I'm still looking for a solution.
We can also switch gears and I can walk through the exercise. So that's also an option. Okay, great. Well, I think we can take our coffee break and then we'll reconvene at 10:45 for a deep dive into the IBM's USA data.
Yeah, so there's some coffee and pastries over here, so feel free to themselves.
I'm gonna, in the meantime.
That's perfect. Thanks. I don't know if there's anywhere with like a
Hey, excuse me, we're not getting any sound for those viewing remotely.
Hi, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, we are still on just break for another couple minutes, about 5 minutes. We'll resume at 15 till.
Hi all, I can recap the conversation that was happening between me and a user that asked about CPS data. Can everyone hear me okay at the moment? Awesome, thank you. So let me share my screen.
Their standard and ability is less than very well. Yeah, it'd be nice to. You're right.
Oh, maybe I'm already sharing. Never mind. Okay, so one of the questions that was asked during the Q&A was how are participants included in the different, how are they included in the rotational pattern for the CPS data? And so what I did was I went directly to IPUM CPS And underneath the documentation section, you've got the linking the CPS here. And this is going to give you more information about how participants are included in each panel, and then how those panels can be linked together. And so, or how each of those time points can be linked together. And so here it discusses the rotational pattern. Households in the CPS participate for a total of 8 months. They're included for 4 consecutive months, and then they're not interviewed for the next 8. And then they're included in the CPS again for the next 4 months. And so let's say you're interested in looking at some of the supplemental topics, and you want to know if the participants that you're interested in participated or were a part of those supplemental topics. You can go ahead and click on this CPS rotational pattern link, and that's going to bring you to this interactive site where you can kind of see which supplemental topics are fielded in which months. And so, for example, you're going to have participants that are completing the survey from January through April, and so those participants are going to be completing the ASEC, as well as public arts, job tenure, child support, and so on. But then they're not going to be participating for the next 8 months. So they're not participating in April through December. So if you wanted to look at job tenure and let's say education, you might not be able to do that, or you would not be able to do that for participants participating in January through April. And so this kind of this is a way for you to kind of figure out which participants are getting which supplemental topics and how you can combine those together. So
okay. Have we officially resumed? Or are you already?
Someone on the chat asked about the conversation that I was having about the CPS rotational pattern. So I was just walking through that because I was muted while I was talking about it before.
Right.
But yeah, it is
diagram rotation groups.
It is 1:45, so we can get started.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that officially. Get underway. Okay. Already got.
I think we're set.
A couple people, I think, are still to make their way back from their restrooms, but go ahead. And then I think I did hear from a couple people that they would love to follow along and actually do the commands interactively.
Okay, great. That sounds good. All right, everybody, we're gonna get started on our first deep dive, which is an introduction into IPUMS USA. This is where I live for 40 hours out of the week. And so this is the topic that I'm going to know the most about. So no question is too big. All right. So the agenda for the next hour, we're going to talk about the samples, variables, and supplemental data and other resources that are available on the IPUMS USA website. We're going to talk about benefits of using IPUMS USA data in particular, and I'm going to walk you through our harmonization process that we do. I'm going to show you a couple places to access some more documentation, and then we're going to do a website walkthrough. We've got 3 different ways that you can analyze data through our website. So I'm going to walk you through each of those. So IPUMS USA offers US decennial census and American Community Survey microdata from 1790 through present. Our chief goal is to preserve and harmonize the data and documentation put out by the Census Bureau. And we provide these resources to data users free of charge through our website, usa.ipums.org. So this is our main web page. This is gonna look really similar to other web pages. That's because we try to keep all of our data collection websites as similar as possible, so that once you learn how to navigate one website, you've kind of learned how to navigate all of them. And we're going to be referencing this page throughout the presentation. So starting with IPUMS USA samples, I've already talked a little bit about these samples. So we First of all, off our US decennial censuses. So we have household and county level data from 1790 through 1840. So no person level information for these years, but if you're interested in household level or county level characteristics all the way back in time, you can get that information from our website. We've also got the full count data from 1850 through 1940. So those are 100% counts of the population for those years. Like I mentioned, 1950 is underway. We also have samples. So when I use the word samples, in this case, I'm referring to small percentages of the entire file. So we've got typically 1 to 5% samples from 1850 all the way through 2010. And then we've got the harmonized restricted long forms from 1960 through 2000. Those are housed within the Federal Statistical Research Data Center. So what we do is we bring all the methodology that we apply to the public data into the restricted RDC, and we apply that methodology to those forms. So you can then request to use the harmonized version of those internal census files. We also have the American Community Surveys from 2000 to present, and then other supplemental data and resources. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the American Community Survey. So the American Community Survey, or the ACS, replaced the long form of the decennial census in 2010. However, it started in 2000. From 2004, that was the demonstration period where the Census Bureau was really testing things out and kind of working out the kinks before it fully implemented the ACS in 2005. And then in 2006, the census added group quarters. The ACS is a rolling sample design, and so it is fielded throughout the year, and estimates are meant to represent the past 12 months. Each year, the Census Bureau puts out a single year file that is representative of 1% of the US population. One thing I want to clarify here is there's the American Community Survey, or the ACS, and then there's the public use microdata sample. That is a subset of the ACS. The PUMS is meant to represent 1% of the sample. The ACS is actually 1 point and some change of the sample. However, the weights, when applied, will give you population level estimates. And then the Census Bureau also releases multi-year files. These are a conglomeration of multiple single year files into one. And so what they do is they just take the already fielded single year surveys and they append them together. So you've got multiple years in one file. These are the best option for very small population subgroups or specific geographic locations. So if you're interested in a very niche group of people, you might want to use the multi-year files to increase your cell sizes. We also offer the Puerto Rico Community Survey. This is focused on enumerating the Puerto Rican population. This started in 2005. It's very, very similar to the ACS with only some minor differences in survey design and data collection. For example, it's fielded in Spanish rather than English. So I do want to note, and Ethan mentioned that the ACS was severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The primary issue was data collection. The pandemic essentially shut down data collection in person for quite a few months, and data collection didn't fully resume for quite some time in 2020. And so what the Census Bureau decided to do was not release the standard products. Instead, they decided to release experimental data that contained experimental weights. And so the data products that are currently affected by this or contain these weights are the 2021 year and 5-year ACS PUMS files and the 2025-year PRCS PUMS file. We have these available on our website. So you can look at these data. We just urge you to proceed with a lot of caution when looking at this data and using it for your estimations. The PRCS 1 year was not released. They were not able to develop the experimental weights necessary to adjust those data for the level of non-response bias. Yeah.
Does that apply to data at the tract or block group level as well?
I believe so, but those don't include weights. Yeah. The Census Bureau also recently released the experimental weights for the 2019 1-year and 5-year data sets, and those are now available on IPUMS USA as separate weighting variables. So if you're curious about how those weights compare to the standard weights, you can actually compare those in 2019, and you can obtain that data through the IPUMS USA website. We have done our best to compile, I know that might be kind of low for our folks here in person. We've done our best to compile information about how the ACS was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic on this website. So usa.ipums.org/USA/ACS-PUMS COVID-19. So we've just kind of used that as a place to compile everything so you can learn more information and make the best decision for you about whether or not to use these data. So moving next to IPUMS USA variables, I want to talk about the different types of variables that we offer in terms of their origin. So the first type of variable that we offer is source variables. These are fielded by the Census Bureau. They're in the census and ACS surveys, and IPUMS does not do anything to these variables, but we make them available on our website. So if you want the variables that are coming directly from census, you can get those on our website. We also have IPUMS harmonized variables. So these are the source variables that we take and then we recode and integrate them into the IPUMS system to make them comparable across time and space. These are only going to be available on the IPUMS USA website. And then we have IPUMS constructed variables. So these are created by IPUMS or a third-party collaborator. So these are not a part of the original survey, and these are created to enhance or expand upon existing variables. These are also only going to be available on the IPUMS USA website. So the two different types of variables that we have are household level variables and person level variables. I like to think of household variables like characteristics that are going to be the same for everyone in the household. Whereas person level variables are going to be characteristics that vary between people in the household. So we've got household level variables are things like household income, number of bedrooms in the dwelling and the city. Person level variables will be things like sex, race, and marital status. So here's the topical coverage available through IPUMS USA. I'm not going to read all of these, but you can see that there's a lot of different topics covered, things like housing characteristics, income and poverty, socioeconomic status, place of work and commuting, things like that. So moving next to our supplemental data and resources. First is geography in IPUMS USA. So while we don't have the geographic detail available in NHGIS, we do have geography in the microdata. And so what comes directly from the Census Bureau are regions, divisions, states, and public use microdata areas. Some of you might be familiar with these. These are commonly referred to as PUMAs, and they are made up of 100,000 people. So one thing to note is that they are affected by the density of the area. So you're going to have pumas of different sizes depending on the density of the population that you're looking at. So sometimes it can be difficult to compare pumas because they're not always comparable sizes. These have been in use since 1970. They were formerly called county groups in 1970 and 1980. IPUMS has also created 1960 pumas and mini pumas, which are 50,000 residents. And then we've created supplementary variables based on the pumas. So these are going to be things available through IPUMS USA. These include counties, cities, metro areas, metro status, and percent metro, as well as other variables. That's just an example list. So to learn more about the geographic variables and tools that we have available, you can check out the geography and GIS link under the supplemental data section on our left-hand menu bar. We've got GIS boundary files, maps, component lists, relationship files, and other things available through the website. The next supplemental resource I want to talk about is the IPUMS linked data. So I mentioned this in the intro to IPUMS presentation. So this is the multi-generational longitudinal panel project, which links individuals' records between censuses from 1850 through 1940. Here is a table of the number of linked persons by census pair. And so you can see in 1850 to 1860, we've linked almost over 5.8 million people between censuses, all the way up to 1930 through 1940, linking over 52 million people. And then there's also other work that's been done to expand from 1940 to other common surveys like the health and retirement study. So you can link people in 1940 to more recent surveys to really get a lifetime picture of those folks and what has happened over their life course. We also have slave samples for 1850 through 1860. This is population or person level information about the slave population during these years. These you can directly download from this web page here. So I want to review some benefits of using IPUMS USA data. So why IPUMS USA? The first is the availability of historical data. I've been told that IPUMS USA is the only place where you can access the historical data. So the 1850 through 1940 full count data and the linking crosswalks. There are other teams that do linking, but our links perform best in studies that have been done. And that is promotional, as I'm going to get today. So availability of historical data. We also have IPUMS constructed variables, right? So these are variables that we've created to enhance the variables that already exist. That's going to be things like imputed relationship. So in 1850 through 1870, the census did not collect relationship to household heads. So we imputed that information so that it's available for those years. Or RAC-H Sing, that's a historically compatible single race identifier. So in 2000, the Census Bureau changed the race categories to include multiple race responses, which is great for understanding more accurately individuals' race identities. However, it makes it challenging to study race over time. And so we created a variable to help you look at race if you're interested in samples prior to 1990 or prior to 2000 and following 2000. And then we harmonize the data across time and space. So I've used this term harmonization a few times. And so now I want to talk a little bit more about what I mean when I say harmonization. So harmonization creates comparability between codes by applying a standardized set of codes that accommodate varying levels of detail between different samples. So to harmonize data at IPUMS, we do what's called composite coding, where we create both general and detailed codes that allow for standardization across time, while preserving the detail that is present in some samples. So to apply composite coding, we assign the first digit to the general categories that are widely compatible across time. And then we assign the additional digits to more specific categories that are not present in all samples to retain the full detail. So this is an example of a variable that is in need of harmonization. This is ownership of dwelling. So does the individual own or rent the dwelling in which they are currently occupying? And as you can see, the categories have changed over time. So in 1900 to 1940, we have 3 categories that expands out to 4 and then 5 starting in 1990. And you can also see that the codes themselves are changing. So for our missing or NA category, right, it starts with 9 and then it's coded to 4. And then we get really funky and we code it to a letter B. And so that makes comparison across time kind of challenging. At the very least, we have to do a lot of recoding and cleaning before we're going to use this variable for analysis. And so this is really what we do at IPUMS. We clean this up for you. I like to describe myself as a professional data cleaner. And so this is what it would look like once we convert it into a harmonized code set. So you can see that the first digit here on the left, we repeated this number 1 for all categories that capture the dwelling being owned. And then we repeat 2 in all cases where the dwelling is rented. And then we add the second digit varies by the category underneath that general group so that it retains the detail present in select samples. So we don't want to code over the detail that we have available, but we want to make this easier to use across time. And so here you can see how we're lining things up. A lot of arrows. Maybe went a little crazy with the animation on this one. All right, and here's how it looks on our website. So you can see on the left, the general codes are selected. And so you can see our 0, 1, and 2, right? These are our general codes that we coded things into, owned or rented. And then on the right, you can see that we toggled over to the detailed codes. So now you can see the codes split out and the detail present in select samples. You can see here that not every sample, right, is going to have the same codes available, but the details there for the samples that do. So that is harmonization in a really brief demonstration. I'm next going to go into some documentation. So under the documentation section in our left-hand menu bar, we've got the user guide. This is full of a lot of rich information about getting started, more detail about some of the complex variables that we've constructed, as well as some additional documentation like sample design, sample errors, adjusting for inflation, and so on. The other page I want to point out is our revision history. So every time we release new data, we update our revision history page with information about what we put out so that you know what we're releasing when we put out new data. And so our last release was September 15th, where we put out a new feature. Our new feature, I'm going to plug it quickly, adjusts monetary values so that they're automatically adjusted for inflation to 2010 dollars using the CPI-U. So if you use monetary variables, I encourage you to check that out. We also added variables, expanded variables, edited variables, and improved documentation. So check back on this page periodically to see what we've been up to and any updates that we've added to the collection. All right, that is enough about what is available on IPUMS USA. We're gonna pivot to how you get the data. I wanna pause here if there's any questions that I can answer before we move into the website walkthrough. Cool. I will keep moving. So here's our main page again. So the first option for getting data is to build a custom data extract and download it into your stats package of choice. I think this is the most widely used option. And so to do that, you click on this really obscure button called Get Data. And that's going to bring you into our extract builder page. And so the first step that you're going to want to do is click on the Select Samples button so that you can choose the samples that you want to work with. That's going to bring you to our sample selection page. And that is organized by our USA samples and ACS files, our USA full counts, and our Puerto Rico samples and PRCS files. Notice that samples are also selected by default. You can uncheck that box and it'll uncheck all the default samples. I like to, when I'm first browsing the data finder, I like to leave the default samples on because it's a nice way to see which variables are going to be available in which samples. But if you know which samples you want to use right away, you can uncheck that and then just check the samples that are of interest to you. Once you have chosen your samples, click the Submit Sample Selections box, and that brings you to the next step, which is choosing your variables. So you've got our variables organized by household and person. And then within those two drop-down menus, we've got them organized by group. You can also browse by alphabetical order, or you can search. So let's say you know that you want to look at marriage, you can type like MAR asterisk, and that's going to bring up every variable that starts with those letters to give you a list of variables to look at. I also want to point out that you can also browse by source variables. So if you like our system, but you don't like our harmonized variables, you can browse by the Census Bureau's source variables as well and get those directly from our website. So if I click on the work variable group, that's going to bring me to this page where it's going to list out every variable that falls underneath that category. And then it's going to show me which variables are available for the samples that I've selected. You can see here that not all variables are going to be available for all samples. So when you're coming up with your analysis ideas, you want to check first for availability. So let's say that you want to learn more about a specific variable. You can go ahead and click on the name, and that's going to bring you to the description. So this is OCC 2010. It's a harmonized occupation code, which is based off the harmonized occupation coding scheme based on the Census Bureau's 2010 ACS occupation classification scheme. So this is an IPUMS constructed occupation variable. If you want to look at the codes, you can click on the codes tab. That's going to show you what the codes are for this variable. The comparability tab is going to describe whether or not this variable is comparable over time and maybe any cautions that you should take when comparing it with certain samples. In this case, the comparability tab notes some changes in the universe. So if we click on the universe tab, we can see that the universe changes slightly over time. I don't know that this is going to change the results too much or our conclusions too much, but it might change the way we phrase our conclusions, right? So we just want to be aware of like who was asked this question and how does that affect our results? You can also look at availability. So let's say that you've selected your samples and you don't want to change them, but you're curious about if this variable is available for other samples. You can click on the availability tab for that. We also, in the case where it's a source variable, we provide the questionnaire text. So OCK 2010 is constructed, so we don't have questionnaire text for that because that was not in the ACS survey. But I want to show you what it looks like for a variable that was. So this is what questionnaire text will look like for a variable that was included in the ACS. We also provide flag variables. These are data quality flags that indicate whether the variable was logically edited or allocated, either by the Census Bureau or by IPUMS directly. So you can include those in your data cart as well. And then any source variables that we use to create this variable. So this is another way that you can grab those source variables. Finally, we have editing procedures for the variables that were included in the original ACS survey. We obtained the editing procedures that were used by the Census Bureau before they published the data, and we put them up on our website here. So once you have selected your variables of interest, you can click View Cart. And that's going to bring you to your data cart page where it's going to show you all the selections that you've made. So which samples and which variables you've included in your cart. You can clear your cart and start over if you really want to. You can add more samples or add more variables. But if you're happy with your selections, you can go ahead and click Create Data Extract. And that's going to bring you to the extract request page where you can make some additional specifications before you click Submit. So you can change your samples or variables or click Show. That'll show you which samples and variables you have in your cart. Our default data format is a DAT fixed width file, but we also provide you the option to format your data into Stata, SAS, SPSS, or CSV. So if you would prefer to format it that way, you can do that. We also have different structures. So the default is going to be rectangular. That means that each record is a person, and then any household level variables that you've selected are going to be appended to the person level record line. So you're going to have person level and household level information on the same line. If you would prefer that household level information is on a separate line, you can request hierarchical. So you'll have a household level line followed by multiple person level lines. And then there are additional options to further customize your data extract, selecting cases, attaching characteristics. Here's that adjust monetary values feature that I was talking about from the revision history page. So I encourage you to check those out as well. So once you have made all of your specifications, you can describe your extract. I highly, highly, highly recommend that you describe your extract. It's really confusing when you come back and it just says extract 162 and you're like, I have no idea what this extract is. So if you take away nothing else today, please take away the importance of describing what your extract is for your later self. Once you've added your description, you can click Submit. So this is going to be the downloads page. Got a number of information here, the extract number and date. If you change the format of the data, that's going to show up under the formatted data column. If you left the format at the default fixed width file, The file will show up under this data column, and then you also get the corresponding syntax files or command files. So if you're a Stata user, you'll get the Stata command file to read that DAT file into Stata. We also provide code books. If you forget a variable, I can't tell you how many times I've done that. You can revise your extract. So go ahead, revise it, add that extra variable in that you missed the first time, and then resubmit it. You can also resubmit an extract if it has timed out. It typically times out after 72 hours. There's that description. You can further edit it. If you forgot on the last page, you can edit it here. And I think that's it. So that's the first option. Option 2 is our online analysis tool. So that, to get to that, you would click on the Analyze Data Online button. And that's going to bring you to the IPUM's online data analysis system. So similar to the custom extract builder, the first decision you have to make is what samples you're going to look at. And so you can look at combo samples. These are going to be samples with multiple samples included in one file. Or you can look at single samples. So the way that this program works is we generate the data file, and then you run analyses on that data file through our system. And so you kind of have to choose which samples you're interested in. But you can come back to this page and change out your samples. And then once you've selected your samples, it's going to bring you to the SDA program, which is what our online analysis tool is built from. So in the center of the page is going to show you which sample you selected. So in this case, I chose the 2018 ACS 5-year sample. And just like the custom extract builder, your next step is to choose which variables you're interested in. So they're going to be organized just like they were before, by household and person, and then by variable group. You can click and drag over to the middle section, which is where you actually drop the variables in to run your test. So you can generate a frequency table, you can get means, you can run correlations, you can even run regressions. So this is a pretty powerful tool. And then you can change some other options about how the results are put out. So you're required to fill in the row field in this case. So this is going to generate a frequency table of metro areas. And then you can also cross-tabulate that by another variable that you put in the column field. So in this case, I'm cross-tabulating metro by Hispanic origin. If I wanted to create separate tables for the categories of a third variable, I could fill in the controls field. So let's say I put sex in the control field, I would get a frequency table for each category of sex. So one frequency table for males, one frequency table for females. But if I was really just interested in males, I could filter by sex, sex equal to 1. And then that is going to give me a frequency table of this cross tabulation for when sex is equal to 1. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna take you back. So I just was creating my account. They asked for an account. So how we can get this page? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So the question is, how can you get to this page? Yes, we do require that you create an account. The approval should be instantaneous. So if you move forward and create the account, if you're like a first-time user, then you'll get that account access, and then you should be able to access this page. Yep, good question. We ask you to create an account just so we can kind of keep track of who our users are and what their interests are in our data. And then finally, I can choose weight. So I can weight this data to get a population level estimate, or I can choose no weight to get the raw frequencies. And I run the table. So that creates a new window where I see the frequencies. So up here, I can see the options that I put into each of the fields. And then here is the frequency distribution. You can see that I've got metro areas on the rows and Hispanic origins on the columns. All right, and option 3 is IPUMS Abacus. You can get to that by clicking the IPUMS Abacus link under the data section in our left-hand menu bar. And you can go ahead and click Launch IPUMS Abacus. And that's going to bring you to this page where, again, you've got some choices to make. So you can choose up to 2 variables to tabulate. You can choose the location that you want to tabulate for. So you can choose the entire US or by state. You can choose up to 2 samples. So time is synonymous with samples here. And then you can choose to tabulate by subpopulation level. So again, variables are going to be organized in the same way. In this case, I chose region. I chose the entire USA for place. And then I chose the 2020 ACS and the 2010 ACS as my time. And it automatically tabulates. It has a cool little tabulator screen, and then it pops up with your cross tabulation. So here you can see that I've tabulated census, region, and division in the entire USA for 2010 and 2020 ACS. And you can see then how those 2 samples are varying on the different divisions. So that is the third way to work with our data. And that concludes my presentation on IPUMS USA. I want to acknowledge we are fully grant funded, so I want to acknowledge our funder, the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. And I also want to acknowledge my team. I manage this project, but I by no means could do this all by myself. So I want to give a huge shout out to all the folks that I work with making this all happen. All right, questions? I'm also curious, in the absence of questions, if folks have ever used ACS data. Who's familiar with ACS or decennial microdata? Okay, so you got like half the crew in person. Have y'all obtained it directly? Has anyone used IPUMS? Cool, awesome. Yes, we've got some people online too who have used IPUMS or used ACS data. Great.
Also,
yeah.
Make an announcement that we have figured out a solution for folks who were not able to get STATA installed on their local machines because of permissions or any other reason. We have a working solution now, and I can send folks a link for a remote desktop if they need it. So let me know via chat. I mean, let me, I'm Ethan, sure you can chat me on Zoom.
Great. All right, last call for questions. Otherwise, we can start our exercise. Really, I can also take general questions about IPUMS as well. All right. So I'm going to navigate to the Google Drive, which is going to have the exercises available to work through. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on the IPUMS USA exercise. I have hopefully set this so that you are not able to edit that. But please don't edit this. Please download a copy of it onto your computer or make a copy in your own Google Drive. But this is an exercise for getting started with IPUMS USA. I held back on having you do the most complicated models. And this is really just more of a way for you to explore the data and to get a sense of how to interact with our website, what the data looks like once you download it and read it into a stats package, and how to do some introductory statistics with the data. You're going to be exploring the means of transportation to work by class of worker. So by self-employed or someone working for wages or salary. And the learning goals that I hope you achieve are finding the variables that you're interested in, being able to explore the variable level documentation that we have available, creating a customized data extract, downloading and opening that data in a stats package, and generating weighted and unweighted percentages. I think because we have a working solution for getting access to Stata, I'm going to let you work through it on your own, but I'll reconvene us in maybe a half an hour, and we can walk through this exercise in Stata, and you can see the commands that I would run to do this exercise. I also want to point out that if, for those of you who are faster or more familiar working with data, I've created a bonus. I've not created the answers for the bonus. And so this is just kind of extra if you want to work through it. But it's calculating the same summary statistics using the online analysis tool that I just walked through. So you can kind of compare the results that you would get by creating a custom data extract with the online analysis tool. Ideally, you get the same statistics. And if you don't, we should talk about why. And then you can check your answers. So you can check your answers one by one if you'd like, or you can check them all at the end. But here's the answer key. And let me know if you disagree with my answers, and we can talk about that too. All right, I am available for questions, both about the exercise and in general, but I will go ahead and let you get going on that. And here is the QR code if you still need that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The same question, which is step number 2. I just like log in, but
Yeah, here, let me walk.
Can you, sorry. So now I'm able to go on.
Awesome.
Again.
Yep.
So the step 1 is getting from here, wherever the second one, which is from here.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah, so you can then select like which sample you want to work with. So if these are going to be the multi-samples, so if you click on these, they're gonna, I'll just click on it. You can see what it looks like. So it's gonna launch the page, and you can look at samples from 1850 to 2020. So if I ran a frequency distribution of age, I would get an age distribution for that for all the samples. Yeah.
But can you like select specific?
So if you want to filter, like, let's say you want to filter by like 2010.
2010 to 2020, for example.
Okay, so then you can do like
then
here, and then I would do in parentheses 2010. Something like that, and I'll put age here, so you can see.
So is there like any cheat sheet for we can filter the comment online?
Yep, so there's going to be additional documentation. We've got SDA help
Okay.
here. And then also if you go back, there's going to be some instructions and video tutorials here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the third like, option, which is I believe it's from here.
Yes. Yep.
That's the third
Yep, you can get it there, or if you scroll up, if you don't want to scroll, it's also right on the side.
Okay. And then you have to launch it.
Yep.
But this one, it will give you just an overall for the whole area that you select. You cannot like select one single drive.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
It's a-
State is going to be the
like-
lowest level of geography.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it like also for the online analysis also like is
That,
is it just a United States like level? What can
nope, that's gonna be, sorry, I'll hear, I can't speak US. US is, it just means like the samples, not the area. It's kind of confusing, but, so if you drop down this geography,
what's the lowest that you have?
so the lowest, we've got metro area, city. Those might be.
We don't have any sense.
Census tracts are gonna be in our summary data project, the NHGIS. So microdata, the lowest that we can get down to is Puma, which is the public use microdata area that's made up of 100,000 people. That's the lowest we can go. I believe it's due to confidentiality issues. But the summary data is going to go all the way down to blocks.
Which is the first option, which is this
That,
one?
no, that's a totally new
Oh.
collection. I'm going to give you a preview. That's going to be this data collection. So that is the next deep dive that I'm going to walk through, and then we'll do
The second. Okay. Okay.
And that's going to have tracks level data.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's full diving. It's just
Okay. So now I just like select the go with the exercise to cover my clean and select. Is there a recommendation for if not interested, like not interested, but they don't have any prepared for variables? Is there like something like that? There's because you say hidden exercise select. Is there any specific variables we can have?
Yeah. In the exercise, it'll tell you which exact variables.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Is everyone else able to create an account and get on okay and get started? Yeah.
The instruction says
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the Census Bureau generally recommends that you don't use the terms of data for official estimates in mind. My personal is that if you can look at the 2020 data to kind of see how COVID-19 did the data, but to really make any conclusions about the population, I would use 2019. Or you use 2021, which is coming out soon. And the Census Bureau will drop the public use microdata file on October 20th. And then IPMS will get right to working on it, and we'll probably release it on our website sometime in November.
so this one's learning.
Yes, ECS. Yeah, 2019 ECS is going to be a single year. And then yeah, if it's a multi-year file, we indicate that by 25-year 3. Right, so the multi-year files are gonna, it's 5 years put together. So like 2018 5-year is really 2015, 16, 17, 18 all put together in one file. And so you're gonna have larger cell sizes, which is gonna be our estimates, but it's gonna be an estimate over a 5-year period. So that's kind of the trade-off. Okay, are you okay. We don't actually review it, so it should go through. Yeah, I think it's just a way for us to keep track of our users. But international project does manually include users, but that's because we have specific agreements with each country that they will, yeah, no, we certainly not. But let me know if you have.
Just be important. The instructions in this
yeah. Yes, don't filter
diseases.
Yep. The exercise will first you'll do a tabulation for all cities, and then you'll but you can, what you're alluding to is you can actually select cases for cities. So if you click on select cases. Awesome, yeah, great. Yeah, so if you knew coming in, you're like, yeah, I'm really interested in Berlin, you could use that select cases feature, and then it would drop everybody else before you submit the extract. Yes, I know when I first started, I just have a lot of confidence like doing and doing this, and then someone would share their screen and I'd be like, okay, I can't see that. How is everyone doing online? Is anyone having any questions on Zoom that I can help address? Okay, awesome. Jamie's doing okay so far. No questions. Awesome. Great. Well, let me know if you have any questions or if you're having any issues with registering. It should be instantaneous, but if it's not, let me know. Yeah. Oh, about how to get data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some virtual machines.
Yeah, you want to like at the top of the hour, I know how to do that.
Through the thing. It sounds like most people got it pre-installed because we sent out the credentials, the emails. There's just a couple people, I guess, who installed it. Else, there's data to give us 100 licenses for a week. So, sure.
Great.
Awesome.
I think it's only valid for a week. Yeah.
So do all your announcements you've ever wanted to do in 1 week. No sleep, just thinking.
If you have an affiliation with the SU, including that kind of stuff, like you can get a special rate just to have the license with the price. It's not advertised on the website. I have to contact them. It's called the Trough plan or something like that. It's a lot cheaper than traditional pricing. I might prefer, but I cannot confirm that if you change the system time, the period of the license is valid.
Where are folks at? I'm just want to get a sense for. Have people downloaded their data yet? Almost.
That's a good point. Actually, some people who aren't familiar with the GZIP files, so you throw that the.
Yeah. Yep. In the instructions,
Okay.
there's a. Yeah. Right. Number 14. But if you aren't sure, if you need more assistance on that, I'm happy to help you with that. But the file should be small enough where the 7-zip or the unarchiver shouldn't have issues. Sometimes with the larger files, Microsoft is like, you want me to do what now? I see you get weird output. Yeah.
So I went to exercise and you said like select two variables. Okay. To the team, it's this one. First one, which is somewhere. Yeah, the train work.
And city.
And maybe I didn't select city, but like my question here, so since that's the only thing, how is this important for? I just looking at view my chart and then there's also.
Oh, what are the pre-selected variables? You're asking like what these other variables
Yes.
are? Okay, yeah, that's a good question. I'm gonna actually cover that for everybody.
Okay.
That's a really good question. Okay, so we had a question about what the pre-selected variables are in your data cart, because if you've gotten to the data cart step, you'll see that there's variables in there that you did not select yourself to add to your data cart. So I'm going to create an extract really quick so that you can see what I'm seeing. Okay, so we've got a lot of pre-selected variables here. Census year, sample, serial, household weight, cluster, strata, GQ, person number, and person weight. These are all variables that essentially IPUMS just doesn't want you to forget to download. And so these are some that like you might not think to download with or select with the variables that you're interested in, but these are going to be pretty imperative to your work. So like if you download multiple samples or multiple years, you're probably going to want to filter by those samples or years. And so we include that as a pre-selected variable so that you don't have to revise your extract or trying to save you time.
Kind of an important like variables.
Yeah, or like the weighting variables, right? If you forget those, you'd have to go back and revise to add those in. Or serial is another one.
But I still can unselect them. For example, if I select 1 year, so I don't need like to add a year, so I can unselect it whenever you.
Yep. Yeah. And with our historical full counts, we also have a couple other variables that we've added to the pre-selection list. We have the version of the data. So with our historical full counts, we've released multiple versions as we improve them over time. So we include a version variable so that you know which version you're working with. We also have a historical identifier that's attached to that record for across multiple versions. So when we release a new version, individuals are going to have the same record identifier so that you can follow them across versions. And that's also a pre-selected variable if you select household level. One thing to note, if you don't select any person level variables, I think this is true, but I'm going to test it out. If you don't select any person level variables, you're not going to get the person level pre-selected variables in your data cart, even if you want to download the data file at a rectangular level. So if you didn't follow along with that, that's okay. I'm gonna test it out here. So let's say I just want to look at kitchen or cooking facilities. I click view cart. I don't have any of the person level pre-selected variables. So I don't have person number. I don't have the person weight. But I can still request this data extract at the rectangular or at the person level. So I mean, I'm still gonna get a record for each person, but it's just gonna contain household level information. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Can you just click on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's read down. Oh. I was gonna say maybe try Chrome.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it'll still be under your account, so you just log into it once.
Yeah.
Let me know about the weapons. Yeah. Like I wasn't kidding. I was not. Yeah, what's up? No. Absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm going to do a bacteria and data because that's what I'm familiar with. But I wrote it generically so that folks can use whatever sets package they're most familiar with. So Python is your bacteria. Yeah. There'll be a lot of people in. Yes. No, I totally understandable. I tell myself I'm going to learn R, and I yet has yet to happen. Yeah, and it's such a powerful tool. It's just, I get into my Stata world.
Yeah. A couple people, I think, on the meeting today are following along in R instead. So we're gonna translate instructions.
Yeah, I was saying I'm trying to do
Yeah, that's been getting a lot of steam. Statistics.
A lot of our underlying infrastructure uses Python. A combination of Python, Perl, C++, SQL.
I feel like JS or all Python.
Another thing that you all might be excited about that I haven't included in my presentation, but I'm thinking about it just now as we're talking about Python. We have an API both for the IPUMS NHGIS and IPUMS USA microdata. So if you are a Python user or an R user, I highly encourage you to check out the API. We also have libraries. I don't know if libraries translates to both R and Python. I know libraries is specific to R, but we have IPUMS libraries, or one library in R, and then the equivalent in Python. IPUMS R and IPUMS Py are what they're called, so that it's easier to interact with our data in those two statistical programs. So if that's your programming package of choice, I encourage you to check those out. I'm going to pull up NHGIS quickly. Their API is going to be linked under the data section. So if you use NHGIS data or summary or GIS data and you're familiar with APIs, or you want to become familiar with APIs, check that out. That's a pretty cool tool that they've developed. I don't know that our API is linked.
Just check it. Even like in R, the package is available in grants. But for today's exercise, we can extract it as a stat like format, yes.
You can do it as a Stata formatted file, or you can do it as a DAT file. What did you say you were using R?
I'm using R, but not today.
You use Stata today? Okay.
Yeah, but I can more R user.
Okay.
So yeah, I just download the package in R. But for today's exercise for SAS, we had to extract it, change the format to be the stat format.
You don't have to change the format. So if you leave it in the default fixed with format, we'll give you a corresponding command file for Stata. So you would run that command file, that Stata command file, and it would automatically read that DAT file into Stata.
I'm gonna be able to have the DAT sheet. The command file will be the one that's called the do file. Unless you've already got, oh, I see you did get one that's Stata format.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, so this one, that one's already pre-formatted, which is nice. But if you wanted to do this one, we can walk through those steps. You would download the DAT and the command file. Okay. And then you could just open the command file in Stata and run it, and it will read the DAT into a Stata formatted data set. Okay. I still do that because I have an old version of Stata, and I think when you download it now, it gives you the new format. So I actually have to run it on the raw data set myself to save it as and yeah, like a state of 13 version. So
I'm gonna try both. I'm gonna try this
Okay.
one and then throw this one. So
yeah, the command file that reads it is the one that ends in .do. And as long as they're in the same directory, you can run the do file and stata and it will read the dat file. Okay.
How many folks have completed, or has anyone completed the exercise? Okay, no problem. I can give you more time to work. Okay, no problem.
Just copy it all and paste it.
Oh, you said. Probably a bit, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I'll. So this is it's a separate working directory where that comes. So you would get that.
Did you download it?
Yeah.
Yeah, should we get it? Okay, can you show me where your tweet? Okay. Okay, so in the state of window,
It's should change it.
There we go.
Oh, I changed it.
And then
Still have it on.
and scroll to the top of the lower box here. I just want to make sure it's in the
Also not scroll through this mouse on this slide. This is my work laptop. I maybe I should use my personal laptop. It could be like some.
Oh, this is it. Hold on. Pause, because
Because
that's way inefficient.
I can
Okay,
use control.
let's go to the website. I just wanted to see what the first few lines are, but we can use the website. Because it'll be the same, we just copied it from the website. I just wanted to see what the first few lines are, but I'm not gonna make you scroll it up like that. I have a little tolerance. Okay. That's just very, it might in case that it's.
Okay, so I should run the video.
Let's try it again.
Yes. See, also out here in Google Chrome, also ads. It must be like watching.
Yeah, I don't.
And the other ones don't go to the sales.
Can you open it in the new tab? Like right click and
Yeah, I think so. And if there's no option to save, seems like they used to always be able to save text files from web browsers, but I don't know why they changed things. So you can't.
can you copy just this like set more to using through the using thing?
Yeah.
Copy that and then the other stuff is just.
No, I can't. You could call help.
So you've got Stata on there, but not something that you.
It seems like Stata isn't, so it says he's getting error messages like byte is unrecognized. This is version 17, I don't know what version Stata is.
Oh, the limiter is wrong there. It's reading it line by line instead of as a batch. Did you paste it into the command?
Yeah,
You want to paste it into the new file editor or run it in the new file editor?
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Yeah, we can, so
We can.
click that. Yep, that one.
New file.
Yeah, okay, and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can open.
And then paste, what you can do is paste all of that into this window.
Right.
And then we can run it from this
Including
window.
all the city names. Okay. Let's do that. I did have that on my clipboard.
Yeah, it doesn't like multi-line commands and
Oh, no, issue is I need to paste it out of the web browser. The Windows save.
oh. Huh, okay. Just trying to just open it as raw text in the browser.
Yeah, and I can't control
What about,
This is how the work laptops.
what about shift control A?
More question
Or control.
I'm guessing the answer here is probably no, that it's a web
Got it.
problem.
This keywords backwards too, right?
If
I need to do
I
that
don't
thing.
know if you can install anything, you don't have. some-
Wait. Not
Okay.
Oh,
If
interesting.
you've got R, I think
Okay.
R can create something in there. Also,
Paste.
you can install. So did you download it as a sort of a plain text? Whereas,
And then-
because you might be able to download it directly as a Stata file. So you have permissions to install Stata or
Yeah.
but not set it to.
I have permissions to install Mobeam, but I like haven't done my yesterday. And I installed Stata. So I downloaded a Stata file, but there's a
Okay.
stop DJ.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now we're.
Be able to, one thing you could try would be from within Stata to say SSC install GZUs. And I don't know if that's a user written program that allows you to read a GZ file directly into Stata, but I don't know how recently it's been updated. But you can try that right within Stata. If that doesn't work, there's another thing I can try.
All right, I am gonna start.
Do you have Stata? So you could try typing in SSC. That's the name of one of the repositories. Space install. And then space GZUs. GZUSD. Yeah. I have to say, I'll find it. I'll find it one word. Space. I'll get space. First link. Where's this so now you try, what's that? Try to say, so yeah, you can change directory first to which is just CD. Yes, I'm not sure if GZUs has been recently enough updated, but
So I'm going to walk through the exercise now. For those of you who are working in Stata, but maybe not as familiar with Stata, I'm going to walk through the commands that I would run to do this exercise. So if you want to add those to the answer key, go ahead and do that. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay. All right, so I'm on the main IPUMS USA webpage. I'm gonna go ahead and click get data and change my samples. I already have 2019 ACS selected, so I'm gonna submit those. And I'm gonna select 3 variables. So under geography, in the household group, I'm gonna select city. I'm going to select class of worker under the work group. And then I'm going to select transportation to work under place of work and travel time. And I'm going to go, I'm not sure what my mystery 5th variable is. It might be, oh, it might be kitchen from my earlier demonstration. So I'm going to take that out. There we go. And then I'm going to view cart. So this is what my data cart looks like. I'm going to go ahead and create that data extract. I'm going to switch, right now I'm in Stata format. I'm going to switch that to fixed width so you can see what that process is for reading in a file using the corresponding command files. So I'm going to apply that selection. You didn't have to do that in this exercise. I had, when you're logged into your account, it kind of saves your specification. So it saved my Stata format.
So I wouldn't have had to download the video file. I chosen DTA.
Right. Yes. Which I did not intentionally force you to do that.
I think everyone has everyone who used the license provided has Stata 17, but yeah, I myself still have, I think, Stata 13 that I'm using and I'm satisfied with. So in my case, I couldn't use the DTA file, so it's good to use. And you can use the fixed width file into other programs too. It's more portable.
Yeah. Yep. The DIT file you can read into multiple programs. And then I'm going to go ahead and describe this extract. PSU workshop 10.5. Oops. We'll walk through and submit that. And it's going to take a little bit of time. You can see that I was previously testing this. So here's some previous extracts that I'd created testing this exercise. In the meantime, I'm going to pull up my Stata window and kind of get that set. So here's the Stata program. I'm going to change, I know that my working directory in this case is going to be my downloads folder. I wouldn't say that's best practice, but for this exercise, that's what I'm going to do is use my downloads folder as my working directory. But your working directory is going to be where all of your files are read from and all of your files saved to when you're working with the Stata program. So I'm going to change that directory to downloads and click OK. Here it shows me. So every time when you use the point and click options in Stata, it's automatically going to show you what the syntax would have been in the output window. I can never remember in Stata. So I use a command line tool to do most of my programming, and so I struggle to remember what some of the Stata commands are just a little bit different. So I struggle to remember those, including setting my working directory. So I use the point and click option. All right, and we're gonna check back, see if our data file is ready yet by refreshing the page, and it is. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on that, and it's gonna download it. And then I'm also gonna download this data file. By clicking save link as, and I'm gonna put it in my downloads folder. Am I saving the wrong one? No. Oh, okay. Insider, I'll explain this. Insider knowledge. We have an internal site that is a direct replica of our live site. And so it works the exact same way. And so I've created an extract number 165 on the internal site. And so that's why it's getting confused. I've got double extracts, but I'm going to put that in the downloads file here. So I'm going to save that. The next step is to unzip that data file. So I'm going to go to my downloads folder. And I'm going to right click and extract here. And it's going to unzip that. So then I've got just a DAP file.
I think a couple of people, and this has happened actually before too, we ran workshops, have hit little hiccups there. So yeah, for what it's worth, I think, yeah, maybe thinking about zip format, natively released, widely supported.
Yeah, that's really good feedback. Absolutely. All right, and now my command is going to be do, and I'm going to put in the name of the do file. So USA_165.do. I'm getting that name right here. So this is the do file that I want to run to read in that DAT file into Stata. So I'm going to go ahead and click enter, and it's going to read that file in. Once it loads in, it's going to show all the variables here. I can see that it's running with that little circle in the bottom right corner. So now we've got the data read into Stata. The first thing that I always like to do is describe my data. This is just a habit that I have when working with Stata. So I will just type the describe command, and that gives me an idea of what my data file looks like. It tells me the number of variables I have, the number of observations I have, and then the variables. Oh, there's the number of observations. I was going to say this looks incredibly large. 3 million seems a lot more accurate for the 2019 ACS. All right, and so now I'm going to look at the exercise because I don't remember what all the questions were. Oops. Okay, so we found the data, we've accessed the data. Oh, the first question was, look at the first 5 records in the data file. What are the means of transportation for the first 5 people in the file? I think one of the easiest ways to do this is to browse the data. So you can actually look at what the data looks like. So here's microdata in live time. And you can look at it by record. So each of these rows is an individual person. And so if you scroll over, you'll see that transportation to work for most of these folks is NA. One person takes auto, truck, or van to work. What does NA mean? Why do some people have NA? Anyone get that? They don't work. They're probably under 16 or they don't have a job. All right, so tabulate the means of transportation to work variable by the general version of class of worker variables. So what do I mean by general versus detail? You can see here that we've got class worker and class worker D. So class worker is going to be the general version. So if I just tab class worker, right, I've got 3 categories: NA, self-employed, or works for wages. If I tab class worker D, I've got more detailed categories, right? So I've got 2 different kinds of self-employed categories and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different wage and salary categories. And then I have an unpaid family worker category. So to do a cross tabulation, I'm going to do tab tran work and class worker. And that's going to give me a tabulation of the different means of transportation to work by the different categories of class of worker. So I think the first question is like, what's the most common means of transportation? Oops. I think in all cases, it's auto, truck, or van, which is not necessarily surprising, but that's going to be most common. So next we're going to tabulate the city variable. You can also, I'm going to turn this off. You can set more off, and then you won't get that more link that comes up. So if I set more off and then tab city, I'm going to get the whole tabulation at one time. So first we have to check to see if Portland's even here. I believe you did that when you were on the website. There it is. It looks like there's only 6,000 people that live in Portland. Why are there only 6,000 people? It's not weighted. This is a raw frequency. So, but we have to apply the weight to this variable, and then we'll get the population level estimate. All right, and how do you figure out what the label is? How do people figure that out?
When we did the data extract, click on codes.
Okay, so you looked at the code book.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great idea. You can also look at the website. I'm gonna pull that up quick. So you can go and look at the variable page for that variable. That's also gonna have the codes, or it should. Yep. So you can also find it on the website. You can also find it right in Stata. So if you see value label is city_LBL. So I'm trying to make that a little bit bigger. So if I do label list city_LBL, it's going to give me the codes and labels for the city variable. So then I can find Portland, I believe it's 5530. Yeah. Oh, I've never tried an if statement, like label, list, city, LBL, like if state equals 41, which would be Oregon. I don't think you can do that. I was gonna say, I don't know, I've never tried that. So I think you have to list the whole labels for all the whole variable. All right. All right, tabulate the means of transportation to work variable and limit it to Portland, Oregon. So to do this, I would do tab tran work. If city equals 5530. And so now I'm only going to get a tabulation for Portland, Oregon. So you can see that the numbers have gotten a much smaller and the total here reflects the total raw frequencies that we saw for city. All right, and now we're gonna apply the weights. So that was unweighted, right? So we were getting the raw frequencies. So now to do weighted, we do tab tran work class worker, and we're gonna set the weight equal to person weight. And hit enter. That's going to give us the weighted frequencies. And so you can see that this number is much larger. These numbers are much larger than 6,000. And so these are going to be population level estimates. We can also limit this to just Portland, Oregon by saying if city is equal to 5530. And that's going to give us Portland-based estimates. All right, so that is the syntax for Instata for the exercise. Did anyone have any questions? Or does anyone have any questions about R? And could anyone else provide some R syntax if you work to do this in R? I am unfortunately not an R user as much as I want to be. Did anyone get to the bonus? All right, you'll have to try the bonus out on your own and let me know if you get the same results. I think we can let, I would encourage you, we have about 15 minutes left. So if folks wanna work through the bonus now, so that would be using the online SDA tabulator. I can show you where you would find that. So you go to IPUMS USA and click the online, analyze data online option and work through these same summary statistics with the online analysis tool. And let me know if you have any questions. I'll pull this together a few minutes before lunch to address any questions that you may have.
yeah, this time I'd love to walk through the using STA to solve the same.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll give everyone about 10 minutes to work, and then we'll walk through how you would do this in SDA. Also, I do want to note before I clear out this file that once you've read the DAT file into Stata, I recommend that you save it as a DTA file. So you can do save exercise 1 USA.dta. And then I always put replace just if there's another file that's also called this name, it's going to overwrite that. And then I hit enter. Now I've saved this as a Stata file. So if I want to read this into Stata in the future, then I can just use the use command in the file name instead of running that do file again. So if I clear this out, unless oh wait, no, I didn't want to clear it out. There's something else I want to look at. Then I can type use exercise 1 USA. And it'll read it back into Stata for me. So this do file that's provided by IPUMS to read the DAT file in, you only need to run one time, and then you can save that file as a Stata specific data file. And then it's just gonna be quicker to use. The other thing I want to point out with Stata is you can run commands one at a time in the command window, but if you're going to run multiple commands, you would want to do it in the do file editor. So I did that kind of quickly. So I'm going to back up. It's going to be this icon here, new do file editor. So I can also clear and then use. I can run this, and if you watch the variables box, you'll quickly see it clear and reload. Probably it might be too fast. I don't know. I'm trying this in live time. Oh, it was too fast. But I can do a tabulation over here. So if I highlight this line and I run it, it's going to produce the tabulation in my Stata window. The other pro tip I would give you are comments. So I can describe this tabulation of transportation to work by class of worker. So that's indicated by the asterisk.
How do we select the year? The online data tool?
Yeah, so if you want to use one specific year, you can scroll down to our single samples. And it's gonna be right here, 2019 ACS. So that'll launch the program, and then it's gonna show you what sample it's got loaded into the system. And then we want to do transportation to work. So I'm gonna click this drop down menu. And I'm gonna grab transportation to work, and I'm just gonna drag it right there. The other thing I can click on it once. It's gonna show up right here, and then I can click copy it to row. I think dragging it's easier, but you can do that too, or you can type it. So sometimes when I know exactly what I want to look at, I'll just type it in here. It's kind of 3 ways to fill in those fields. By class worker. Now to run it unweighted, I would select none and run that table. If I wanted to run it weighted, I would select person weight, and that's going to weight it to population level estimates. Notice that it creates a new window every time I run the table. So your tables can kind of get away from you quickly if you're running a lot of tabulations. And if I wanted to filter to Portland, I would filter on city, and then in parentheses, I'm going to put 5530 for Portland, Oregon. And so if I run that table, now I'm getting results. It's going to show me for Portland, Oregon. And it's giving me population level estimates because I have the person weight selected. So out of curiosity, I want to see how that compares. See if I can find. All right, so I'm getting the same numbers, right? So for self-employed, auto, truck, and van, I'm getting 23,279. And that's a weighted population level estimate. So I can do the same thing on the online analysis tool that I can do through the custom data extract system. The custom data extract system is just going to have more flexibility in the samples that you can select, and not all variables are going to be in the online analysis tool. I also ran this in Abacus, so that it's actually possible to get these same numbers in Abacus as well. So I can back up and show you. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just looking at the column tables at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't see
eligible and state eligible. And it may just be like 50. So like 40,000.
So I think the discrepancy here is that in SDA, the NA column for means of transportation to work and class of worker is missing.
Okay.
So the out of universe folks are automatically excluded from the tabulation. And so I think that should explain the discrepancy. Yes, 51, yep. Yeah, so if you subtract 11 from 51, you get 40, yep. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Could you go to the main, how you give this one? So is it like how you put the comment for the city? How you filter?
Oh,
for a
yep.
city?
Yet another syntax to learn. But it's nice if you ever at a computer where you don't have, say that you don't have or you don't have anything available to you, but a browser, you can still do some pretty sophisticated analyses here.
I can also, like, I'll show you what it looks like. If I control by sex, then I'm gonna get two separate tables. I'm gonna get one table for males. So males in Portland, Oregon. And then I'm gonna get one for females in Portland, Oregon. So if I control is going to produce separate tables for each category of the control variable. Filter is going to just produce frequencies for the code that you're filtering by. So similar, but a little bit different. All right, I think it's lunchtime. Do you want to say anything before we break?
Yeah, well, for folks who are here in person, so some of you may already know where the flip charts are. If anyone's visiting them, you can get a sense of where they are and walk over there. So most probably walk over there together. We are in here. We will probably put the meeting on hold. We'll just have a image up or something like that, and we'll put the mute on, and we'll be back at 1:45 to talk about the tabular data, IPMS and HGIS. Okay, thanks. I will also keep my eye on the chat. If there's any questions during the lunch break, my response may not be instantaneous, but I will see if there's anything we can do for you in the meantime. Thanks.
Oh, there's something. Oh, speaker view gallery.
You said all of this is being recorded, correct?
Oh, I'm sharing my screen. I'm gonna give you unshare my screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll have to leave for the last part of it. 2:45.
Okay.
Catch up.
Yeah.
How do I find it? Well, that's.
There we go.
Okay. All right. There's that screen.
There we go.
So then the question is there a way that you can show your screen to everyone, but kind of leave them all up? That's what I don't know.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you set up then?
I think, yep, I should be here pretty quickly. Oh, wrong one. All right. I think we are set to reconvene. Welcome back, everyone, both online and in person. I hope you had a good lunch. I had a great lunch. So I'm ready to go for 2 more sessions for the afternoon. So we are now gonna share my screen. That would be pretty boring to just watch me. All right, there we go. So we are going to next do a deep dive into IPUM's NHGIS. And then we're going to do a hands-on exercise with the NHGIS data following that. So our agenda for the next hour or so is to do an overview of NHGIS, do a website walkthrough, and then I'm going to talk about some of the key resources available through this data collection, including summary tables, GIS files, time series tables, and geographic crosswalks. And I'm just pulling up the chat here, making sure we're good. Okay. So IPUM's NHGIS, which stands for the National Historical Geographic Information System, is IPUM's source for geographic US Census and survey data. Provides summary tables and GIS files from 1790 through present. So the observation unit in microdata is households and persons, and that really allows for very flexible classification, modeling, and cross tabulations. But the problem is that it has really restricted geographic detail and limited sample size. And so the Census Bureau releases summary data, and in the summary data, it includes the full sample at very detailed geographic specificity. So here's an example of all summary levels down to census blocks. This is a map that the National Geographic, or this is a graph that the National Geographic created using IPUM's NHGIS data, mapping out the Los Angeles metro area by race. And so NHGIS provides all summary levels down to census blocks. It also has time series and geographic crosswalks, making it easy to compare geographic units across time. And so this image is showing the estimated change, the estimated change in the percent of the population that is Black in Charlotte, North Carolina from 1990 to 2010. One caveat is that NHGIS is a data source. It's not a mapping or analysis tool. So you can obtain the files that you need to do mapping from NHGIS, and then you have to read those files into a program that does mapping. So one example of that would be ArcGIS Pro. At the top portion of the screen, you can see that the US block groups for 2015 are read into this program. So that's a map of those block groups. And then below you can see the data that's read in. So this is the 2015 ACS 5-year data down to the block group. You can see that this GIS join variable right here will connect the summary data. We'll join the summary data to the corresponding shape file. So that kind of information can be used to create all sorts of maps. This is an example from Kyle Walker, who created this interactive map where you can examine the segregation of people by, excuse me, educational attainment. So NHGIS has nationwide extent for most levels. It's principally funded by NSF and NIH grants. And just like other IPUM's data products, it's free to use. The alternative, which we saw earlier today, is data.census.gov. So you can also find this information directly on the Census Bureau website. So we're gonna move to a walkthrough of the NHGIS website. So to get data, you're gonna click Get Data from the main page. Their web address is nhgis.org. And that's gonna bring you to the data finder. So once you get to the data finder, you can select different filter options. So you've got 4 different filter categories. And once you select a filter category, you're gonna start to see tables up here. So first you'll see source tables. So these are the tables that come directly from the Census Bureau. We have made some modifications to them in some cases, but these are what are gonna look most similar to what the Census Bureau has available. Next are the time series tables. So these are tables that were created by NHGIS. They take these source tables and combine them over time so that you can compare characteristics across time. And then we have the corresponding GIS files. So how would we get the data to produce a map like this? Well, first we would have to select the appropriate filters. So to create that map, our geographic level would be block group. Our years would be the 2015 5-year. And our topic would be educational attainment. If I want to find out more information about each of the tables, then we're gonna see tables that are gonna appear based on our filter criteria. If I want to learn more about a specific table, I can click the link or the table name, and that's going to pull up the data table details. That's going to give me the name. Here you can see this, the number here. I believe that's going to correspond to the Census Bureau's number. So you can kind of connect to that. We've got the universe, and then we've got the variables that are in the table. So those are going to be the different categories that are broken out that we're going to get estimates for. Yeah.
Explaining the concept of a universe.
Yeah, absolutely. So universe is I'm reading what this table is because it's a weird universe. Universe is who was asked the question. So when a person was completing the survey, they're not always asked every single question. And so universe indicates who was asked the question. So in this case, the universe that was used to create this table was 16 to 19 years old. We can also sort the tables by popularity. So if you click the popularity button, it's going to resort these tables by popularity. And then we can see which tables are most commonly used. So once we decide which table we want, we can select it here with this with this green button. And then it's going to show up in our data cart in the upper right-hand corner as one source table. And to create that map that I showed earlier, we also need the corresponding GIS file. So we're going to go ahead and select the 2015 block group GIS file. And that's also going to change our data cart, where we now see one source table and one GIS file. And then we'll go ahead and click continue. And so that brings us to the data options page. In this case, I have no additional options to select because I've already specified my geographic levels. But if I wanted to switch out my geographic levels, I could do that here. Or if I hadn't specified that in the filter prior to this, then I can specify that here. And then that brings me to the review and submit page where I can make some final specifications before I hit submit. For block groups, we have to select a geographic extent. So these are states. So we can select all states or we can select specific states. And so if we click all, that's going to select all states. And that's what we're going to do in this case. And then we click submit. Just like on USA, we can add a description here. So this is the 2011 through 2015 educational attainment for block groups. And then we'll go ahead and click submit. This page looks a little bit different, but similar to the IPUMS USA downloads page. When extracts are started, they have the started status. And then once they're completed, you see,
sorry, is
yeah.
it a different account with the other one, or is it the same account?
I believe you have to create another account. So what we do is we have an IPUMS account overall, and then you have to register for each individual data collection. So once the download is, or once the files are complete, we can go ahead and click download to download the tables, the table and GIS file, and read it into our mapping tool. All right, so that is a quick walkthrough of the website. I'm now going to move into talking about key resources that are available through NHGIS, starting with the summary tables. So to find out more information about summary tables, you can click on the data availability tab underneath the documentation section in the left-hand menu bar. And then go ahead and click summary tables, the summary tables link. And that's going to bring you to this page with more information about the summary tables that we offer and the different sources for which those summary tables are derived from. I want to highlight that we've got some vital statistics summary tables, birth and death data for counties and states, and marriage and divorce data for counties. We also have 2010 census data for school attendance areas. I know a few of you work with school districts. Finally, I want to highlight the NHGIS data table availability by topic and source. If you click on that PDF, it's going to bring you to this page. I will zoom in a second here because I know that text is really small. But this is an availability grid where topics are organized on the left in the rows. So you've got topic group, subgroup, and then individual topic. And then the columns are going to be the samples that are available for each of those topics. And so if we zoom in a little bit here, right, the X's are going to indicate if that is available for each sample. So we've got core demographics, race, ethnicity, and origins, geography, households and families, education, employment, income, disability, and health. So the summary tables have different geographic levels depending on the years available. So 1790 through 1900 go down to states and counties. 1910 through 1960 go down to census tracts, and then 1970 through 2020 have all census levels down to blocks. In regards to census tracts, in 1910, there were 8 cities covered. By 1980, census tracts cover most large metropolitan areas. And in 1990 is the first time that they cover the whole nation. So getting back to the main page, the next thing I want to show is the overview of data sets. So this page is going to give you an overview of the different data sets that are used to create the summary table. So they're going to give you a little bit more background information about what these data sets are, how they were collected, and the different variables that they have available. Here you can see for the 1970, the different data sets that are used and what they have available. We also have other tabular data sources. So we've got a number of secondary sources that we use to create our historical data, and then the decennial census summary files. So upcoming, so the ACS one-year summary file, we looked at this release schedule earlier this morning. So those come out in September. NHGIS typically takes a few weeks to process those and get them into the IPUM system. So be on the lookout for the 2021 one-year summary file coming out soon. And then the 5-year summary file gets released by the Census Bureau sometime in December. And so keep a lookout for the NHGIS release of those data a few weeks after that. Also, the 2020 census summary file. So as Ethan mentioned, the demographic and housing characteristics file is coming out in May of 2023. And then a more detailed DHC is coming out starting in August of 2023. So we'll also be on the lookout for those resources. I want to point out that we also have this page, privacy protected demo data. This is demonstration data that the NHGIS team has put together. It includes the original tables from the 2010 census summary files, and then new tables based on experimental runs of the Census Bureau's 2020 disclosure avoidance system applied to the original 2010 census responses. So you can take a look at when disclosure avoidance methodology is applied to the data, how that changes the results. All right, the next key resource that I'd like to discuss are the GIS files. So going back to the data availability page, you can click on the GIS files link. That's going to bring you to a table grid showing the availability by geographic unit by sample year. So you can see which GIS files we have available. They also have a link directly to GIS files here under the documentation section. This is going to give you more information about file formats and geometry, geometry years, and other important technical information regarding the GIS files. Right now, the NHGIS team is working on the 1980 block boundaries. So they've released version 1 of the 1980 block shapefiles, depicting 1980 census block boundaries in 48 metropolitan areas throughout the US. They're currently working on Los Angeles and New York, but they're slowly working their way through the US. So here is a table right now showing the metropolitan area and then the corresponding population for 1980. And then the NHGIS team has used this data to do a bit of applied analysis. And so they have written a blog post looking at racial covenants and Black residents by block in a section of South Minneapolis from 1980 to 2010. So this is kind of just a visual example of how to apply that data. If you're interested in reading more about this project, you can go ahead and check out that blog post. All right, next I'll talk about the time series and crosswalks. So time series tables, you can find more information about that underneath the documentation section. This is gonna give you more information about what these are, how to access them, an example, and the different integration methods that are used. But here's what the time series tables look like when they are downloaded. So this is a nominally integrated table of marital status counts at the state level. So you've got one row for each state and one column for each census or 5-year period. In this case, this table spans from 1970 through 2012, and it shows combined categories of marital status across time and standardized to make this variable comparable. So this is what we would call nominal integration. It's to match areas across time. And in this case, we've nearly matched on names of states. And so this makes sense for states because their boundaries don't change over time. Census tract nominal integration is also possible. So we've also done nominal integration on census tracts. However, you'll notice that there's a lot more blanks. That's because census tracts are going to come in and out of existence, and so they're not going to be available in all census years. So you're going to see more blanks in these tables. This can still be useful if you want to map out each individual year, but often people want to measure change over time within each tract. And so for that, we have geographically standardized data. So this is where we have standardized geographic units to 2010 geography. And so each row in this case represents a 2010 vintage census tract. And so we started with 1990 block data, and we have allocated the 1990 block data to 2010 census tracts as best we can, and estimated how much of the 1990 data were in each tract to make these units, these geographic units, comparable across time for these estimates. Yeah.
Do you get that just by taking the mean value of all the blocks within the census tract boundary, like through a spatial join, or?
That's a really good question. I'm going to walk through an example of what it looks like visually, and then I'm going to direct you towards a page with more information. This is where I'm quickly getting out of my depth in terms of the specific methodology that is used, but the NHGIS team has provided quite a bit of documentation on how they do this.
Good.
So I think that will directly answer your question. And so here's an example of the 1990 populations and how we're trying to fit those into the 2010 tracks. So you can see in these cases, the largest green line here are the 2010 census tracts. And then the light pink C lines, those are the 1990 blocks. And so we're trying to figure out how these 1990 blocks fit into the larger 2010 tracks. You can see for these 5 tracks that we can fit the 1990 blocks in there quite well. And so we're able to kind of figure out where those 1990 blocks go. But in this case, we've got this 1990 block right here falling into 2 different 2010 tracks. And so the question is, what do we do with those 215 people? Right, we can split them up, so we can put 201 in the upper tract and 14 in the lower tract. we could put them all in the upper bound, and we could put them all in the lower bound. But we have to figure out, you know, how to handle these cases. And so the NHGIS team has created a methodology on how they determine how to split these up. And that is going to be found in these links here, this detailed methodology. So I'm gonna refer you to that, but this page is going to do a way better job of explaining that process than I can. All right, and this is what a map might look like when we're using a geographically standardized table. So this is change in school age population for persons of 5 to 17 years for Block groups in 2000 through 2010. And so we can see areas where school age population is declining and areas where school age population is rising. And so geographically standardized time series tables are available from 1990 through 2020 data. They're all standardized to 2010 census units. They're available for 10 geographic levels. So states, counties, tracts, block groups, county subdivisions, places, congressional districts, CBSAs, urban areas, and zip code tabulation areas. There are approximately 16,000 time series in 111 tables. One caveat is that the block level data is available for short forms only. And so we're limited in the variables that we can geographically standardize to only the variables that are collected in the short form census files. So that does include race, ethnicity, age, sex, household size and relationships, housing occupancy and tenure. It does not include income, education, employment. However, for these variables, we do have nominally integrated time series tables. So nominally integrated time series tables have approximately 5,700 time series and 273 tables, including marital status, nativity and birthplace, education, employment, means of transportation, travel time, income, and poverty. They're available at 8 geographic levels, ranging from nation all the way down to places. And years are mainly available from 1970 to the 2020 range. However, we do have total population back to 1790 and persons by sex back to 1820. The long form tables use the ACS 2012 and 2019 5 years. All right, and then the last resource I'm going to highlight are the geographic crosswalks. So those are going to be linked under the supplemental data section, which is going to give you an overview of what these are, selecting a crosswalk, how to use them, and other technical documentation available. So geographic crosswalks give you the crosswalks that you need to link one geographic unit to a different geographic unit for certain census years. So they kind of let you do the standardization yourself. And so we've got kind of the source zones going to the target zones. So for example, you can like block group parts to census tracts from 1990 to 2010 using these geographic crosswalks. We encourage you to start small, and we have a page kind of walking you through this process and how you might go about it, starting from the lowest level and working your way up. So this is to transform summary data from one census's geographic units to another's. All right. So I've talked a lot about USA and I've talked a lot about NHGIS, and I woke up this morning and I was like, I don't know if I've explicitly drawn the connection between these two projects. They have a lot of similarities. And so this is a very last minute slide that I did in my hotel room this morning, but I wanted to draw these explicit connections between these two samples. And so, or these two data collections. So in summary, what's the difference between IPUMS USA and IPUMS NHGIS? Starting with what's the same. So they use the same samples or data sets. So they both come from the decennial censuses and the ACS data, right? So it's one survey. They're not separate surveys where these resources are derived from. One ACS creates summary tables and microdata. They're both obtained from the Census Bureau. So IPUMS is a data user of Census Bureau data. And so we get our data from the Census Bureau, just like all of you would. We don't have a special connection with them, right? So once they release things publicly, we go and we grab it from their website and we download it and do what we do with it. They both have geography available, right? So you can kind of drill down in both cases to a certain point. And we have similar topical coverage. I put an asterisk here. We might have some variation in topical coverage. Mostly in the microdata, you're going to have some suppressed categories that might be available in the summary data, or vice versa, depending on sample size. The Census Bureau is going to do that to protect confidentiality. All right, and then what makes us different? So we have different data structures. Hopefully that's come through at this point. USA is microdata, NHGIS is summary data. The level of geographic detail available is different, right? So for USA, we can get down as low as the PUMA level. And for NHGIS, we could get all the way down to block level. And then our sample sizes are a little bit different. I put an asterisk there again, right? The ACS is going to be a sample of the population, and you can use the weights to get a population level estimate. The summary tables through NHGIS are already getting to reflect the population level estimates. And so that's how the two of these kind of compare. And with that, I want to acknowledge the funding that makes NHGIS possible. So we get funding both from NIH and NSF. And then I want to thank Jonathan Schrader. He is the IPUMS NHGIS project manager. He does a phenomenal job. I got the opportunity to travel with him to Los Angeles this summer and learn a lot from him about geography data. So I really appreciate all the work that the geographers do to make this data possible. And then as well as his team. And lastly, we really want to keep in touch with you. So I pointed out the user forum before, but here's the link to the user forum where you can post questions about our data. You can also email us. So ipums@umn.edu is our general user support email. If you have specific NHGIS questions, you can also send an email directly to their team. They handle their own user support. And then you can find us on Twitter. IPUMS and NHGIS accounts are going to be pretty active with updates about what's going on. If you follow the IPUMS account, you're going to get updates about all sorts of things going on at IPUMS, not just what I've talked about here today. You can follow Jonathan, he's also pretty active. You can also follow me. I am not active. So I'm going to be pretty boring to follow, but you're more than welcome to follow me. I did not have Twitter until I started working at IPUMS because we post our updates through Twitter and I wanted to see them. So that's when I joined Twitter, and the only thing I share are work related items. So All right. And with that, I'm going to turn it all over to all of you to ask me any questions. You can ask me questions about geography or about anything that we've covered today. And I'm going to get a notepad out because chances are I'm going to probably go back and ask Jonathan some questions.
Just, based from the exercise we did this morning, the big additional chore to get margins of error?
No. I actually believe that margins of error are included as separate variables in the summary tables.
Oh yeah, they are. But what about the PUMS data? Is there a
that you'd have to calculate?
Download the 80 replicate weights?
Yep. I can show you. Yes, and to be fairly honest, I have never used the replicate weights, but you can add them. I know it's adding them to your data extract is really easy. Using them, I'm not sure, but they're going to be under technical. And right here, so you just click once and it adds all of them. All 80. And then you can click on the variable and it's going to give you more information about the rep weights. There's going to be an FAQ page with more details about how to use them. Yeah, I will say that my colleagues will say that you're going to get almost the same estimate that you would without using the replicate weights. I've heard folks in the field say that unless you're submitting like to a very like reputable journal, for example, that it's probably not going to matter.
Yeah, you'll get the same estimate, but you won't know how reliable it is. But yeah, I know in R, there's some packages that do that pretty swiftly.
Yeah. Good question.
I think the packages are probably talked about in R ones that you don't even necessarily have to download it. You can access it through the API. It's a little bit different. Instead, there would be just commands that declare the survey design, and so it would automate some of that calculation.
Yeah, so it might have some description of that there, like some procedure.
Yeah.
Instead of.
Yeah, which would probably be very similar to the procedure you use in R if you actually downloaded it rather than using the API. But yeah, there's a lot of shortcuts I think that have been developed to use. Now that so much of the ACS is available with the API. Yeah.
Yes. Are there any ways to do this automatically? And yeah. So we've got.
You guys document so well.
Yeah. So I think we're all about efficiency, right? Work smarter, not harder. What other questions?
So whenever we can see that in STA, or maybe we could do that at the end if we pick one table, try to go through it using STA to look at the microdata, try to also pull down the published version of that table, and both margins of error, compare.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit too about some of the differences you mentioned about sample size being different.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, if we don't have any more, we got a question here. Can you please go back to the slide with similarities and differences? Yes, that slide is not in the.
saying about sample size being different? It's just because of the blocks versus, or.
Right, yeah, and so like, theoretically, you're gonna get the same population level estimate if you apply the weights. But the raw frequencies in the ACS microdata are gonna be different than the summary tables because it's just a small sample of the ACS or of the population.
To add to what Megan was saying, if you remember the S in PUMS is for sample, so you're actually not looking at the full microdata that underlies the published ACS tables. The Census Bureau is looking at the full data, so they're publishing data from the full ACS sample, but for some reason they would have said to give you a sample of microdata. It's about half the observations that they actually collect in ACS. So you can, even when you apply the weights, get slightly different totals because of that aspect to the PUMS.
Yeah, the asterisk, it's like, they're a little different, but theoretically the same. All right. So I will pull up the Google Drive again and click on that, and I'll share this. Open up the IPUMS NHGIS exercise. So this is going to be exploring means of transportation to work by transportation time. To work with IPUMS data, learning goals here are very similar. Find variables of interest, explore variable level documentation, create a customized data extract, and download and open the data extract in a stats package, and then generate some summary statistics using the data. Similarly, I have a bonus activity here for any of those who work through this more quickly, which is to request a time series table for means of transportation to work from 1990 through 2019, and to calculate the percentage of bicycle commuters across that time in Portland. So let me know if you have any questions. Once it seems like most people are kind of getting into looking at the summary statistics themselves, so we can kind of jump on together and walk through that. Thank you.
Did you say that that's one?
Yeah, we'll try and probably slice it up according to the same agenda items, and then we'll post it to the website on the same webpage where it's currently listed right now.
And that's
Yeah, you go to pdx.edu/PRC, and then either under events or state data center in the events.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. And then I'll be online tomorrow.
Oh, actually, that's a good point for clarification for everyone. So you know, tomorrow's remote only.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Census Bureau speakers are still doing only MS Teams.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks. How's everybody doing? Or what? Okay. Is anyone done? Okay. And, I'm going to show you how you can actually recode variables in the online analysis tool. So you can create a table that won't quite look like the summary table from NHGIS, but will be pretty close in the online analysis tool.
Question.
Yes, because I read it in the command file, which has all of the labels. When you run the do file that's produced by IFUMS and read in that file, that do file's got all the labels for all the variables that you've selected specified. So it's going to assign all that information when it's loading the file into the program. You can also all that information is also going to be in a corresponding code book that you can pull up. This is one thing I haven't mentioned. So if you want to go directly to your downloads page, you click My Data, and that's going to bring you directly to the downloads page of the extracts you've already requested. So you've got this code book here. Which is going to be code book information for your extract.
It's kind of a side question, but I'm having issues and I'm going to get confidence intervals when I do queries on SDA.
Yeah, that I don't know if that is a feature that's available, but we can play around with.
It'd also be really neat if the settings could somehow be saved on a per user basis, because I always turn off the charts and the color coding and all that stuff.
I know.
Yeah, there's an option there for the confidence intervals. And when you mentioned it earlier, I thought, yeah, I tried to do that before and I couldn't get it to work. So I wonder if that's
Is it not working now?
Yes, but I did the same query and okay, so you get a confidence interval on the statistic, but not on the counts. So if you just ask for
okay. It's not going to give you.
Right. So I guess when maybe you have to click total. it's still a percentage of that. So it's like it's only almost interval on a calculator.
So then you,
Yes, if you try that.
the total.
Actually, if you leave that off.
Okay. Try this as is.
Yeah, but like we just want the total counts. With the conference room. So
Right.
it's good example. Yeah.
Mm.
So I have speech.
Thanks so much for coming
Thank you so much.
today.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Yep.
Huh. So then you have to like calculate the. I mean, you could get the counts by, calculating what's 84.7%, but that's a hassle.
Yeah. Totally. It undercuts the time savings compared to reading it into a package.
Right. Right. For sure. Yeah, and unfortunately, the online SDA tool actually, the program is actually developed by UC Berkeley. And so we use their program, but we have no control over the development of the functionality. We're kind of at the mercy of how they wrote the program. How's everyone doing? Are you ready for us to walk through it together, or do folks want more time to work through it on their own? Okay, we've got one vote for everybody to walk through it. From online. And I'm hearing no opposition to doing that. So I can start